Hey, hey-o. It is a new day, and it's a new stream, and hey, all. I see a few of the regulars are showing up here. Let's see here. Well, and I know that Rumble is going, and if you are at Rumble, even if you're lurkers, just put a smiley up or something so I know that other people on Rumble can see that it is ongoing and it's not completely deserted. Hey Sal, hey Raw, hey Nathan, good to see you. I see here I have a ticker up here that says there's a few of you here. Need to go back and watch the first 3 days. Yeah, on a Friday, because Friday is not a trial day. So on Friday, I will do a recap of one day, day 1 to Thursday. So we'll do a recap of the prosecution's opening, the defense opening, the first witnesses, stuff like that. So that will happen on Friday. Hi, David. Good to see you. Yeah. Housekeeping stuff and stuff like that. I would like to share this with you. This will be scheduled for July 28th. It's a Friday. It will be a griftathon. I don't know for how many hours. That depends solely on you. And so it will be the Chat-Faced for Charity stream for the Zachariah Anderson's Defense Fund. So that will be on July 28th. And I'm trying to fool the YouTube moderating, well, not my moderators, but YouTube have a thing about saying stuff that might be alcohol related and stuff like that. So I will have to be a bit careful. But just as you know, don't book anything for Friday the 28th. Just so you know. Quick summary. Okay, let's go for it. 22 years ago, 2001, Alissa Turney went missing. Allegedly, the father started calling around that afternoon for her. The circumstances was he picked her up after school, which was half a day in school or something, so he picked her up early, took her home, then picked up and then it's unclear what happened between then and when he picked up the younger sister from school. And sometime they got home, they both discovered she was missing. He started calling around, calling the cops and everything like that. And the cops didn't do anything. One officer showed up a week later, put notes down, and then didn't care. 7 years later, the case gets two new officers, and they zone in on Mr. Turney, the stepfather. And then virtually nothing happened until 2019. That is when the younger sister, Sarah Turney, started her podcast and brought attention to where might Alissa be, what happened to her. And through that and through the attention, they decided to charge the stepfather for killing her. And he was arrested in 2020 or 2021. So he's been a few years in jail awaiting trial. The prosecutor's opening statement was short and concise, about 20-25 minutes, I think, of him, the prosecutor, saying, there is no crime scene. There is no body. There's no evidence of DNA, blood. This is purely as circumstantial as any case can be, because so far, the first 3 days of testimony from friends of the family, from family members, and now I see that my internet is behaving badly. If I get blurry, it's my internet going haywire. And the testimony consists of dad's a creep. And I kind of agree. He is creepy. He has actual OCD. Not TikTok or Facebook or Twitter OCD. Oh, I have to clean my kitchen every day. I have so much OCD. No, this guy recorded all phone calls and kept the recordings all the way back to 1991. Yeah. So proper OCD. But the defense is doing a good job, except the cross-examination of the sister. Well, he did a good job with cross-examining the sister up until I believe he stepped over the line, because she was extremely inconsistent in her testimony. Because 2007, she gave the police her statements. And now, 15 years later, she claims, well, she only said that because dad brainwashed her. And my senses went off a bit on that, because I don't know if it is because she has to hold back because of pre-trial motions that doesn't allow her to go into certain aspects of the father, or if she's trying to enhance her testimony. I simply don't know. But this has been, and then the defense did a very bad mistake by the classical, well, were you lying now, or are you lying? Were you lying then, or are you lying now? And for me, that was a bit over the top, because being inconsistent does not mean lie. And yeah. And since then, 2 friends of the family has testified, 2 brothers have testified. And yesterday we left off at one of the older brothers, who were interesting. We also heard from friend of the family. I don't remember her name. See if I have it saved here. Jessica Lang. Maybe that was where we left off. And she could not behave, in my opinion. She was prepared during direct examination. During cross-examination, she was a B word, in my opinion. I don't know. That is just my opinion. It doesn't have to be true to any of you. If you disagree, totally fine. I'm giving you my opinions on the matter. Sorry, what's going on here? So that's my opinion on that. And today we will start off with the last hour or something. I will just check here. Yeah, something of that sort. And then we will try to catch up with the actual trial. And yesterday, I believe the judge said that the jury will be there at 10:30. That doesn't mean they don't start a bit earlier with motions and stuff, but I have everything up to check when they actually start. Because Law and Crime does not have today's stream up yet, which is a bit weird, but you never know. You never know when they start. Oh, Vice riding. Eh? That would be great if they, as many as possible, showed up. Yeah, brace yourself. And yes, this is also on Rumble. So if you prefer Rumble before YouTube, this is the Rumble channel, I hope. Yeah, so you can check there. I will see. Well, I recently started on Rumble, so I don't have many followers there. And yesterday, I think I had 10 or 12 watching at the same time. Oh, here comes Vice's raid. Hey. Ooh, Vice raid. Your wish is my command. Let's do another swoop. I need a Viking helmet to put on whenever you ride it, like a true Viking. And thank you, Jeff.
Where's the trial?
We will be watching the last 50 minutes from yesterday, and then we will wait for Law and Crime trials to start up, because they haven't shown today's stream yet on their page.
When does it start?
10:30 Arizona time.
11th. That's like right now.
No, that's in 45 minutes.
What? 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. That should be now.
They are 2 hours behind Michigan.
Oh, Arizona. They don't change their time zones there. That's right.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're on Pacific time now. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm glad Arizona. It is in Arizona, Phoenix time, and not reservation time, because reservation time is 1 more hour behind. Yeah.
Do we get to see Jodi Arias' butthole today?
It's not that child.
No.
And for you who really want to, that is the episode where we checked day 7, part 1, I think.
Oh, so it's already happened.
Yeah, it's already happened.
No.
But
I'm assuming they didn't actually show it.
Yeah. They started with a banner said, whoever Court TV or whoever streamed it originally made a mistake. So they, instead of cutting the picture and have audio, they cut the audio and showed the pictures.
Uncensored.
Uncensored.
Of her spreading her cheeks.
Yeah. She was literally entered into evidence.
Solid.
Oh, yeah. And Jodi Arias is on Tuesdays and Saturdays, 6 p.m. my time, noon Michigan time, and the next day your time. Oh, Salvador knows. Day 6, part 2 is
He knows exactly where it is. Yeah, she's a skinny little thing.
Yeah, 105 pounds of stabby. Yeah, but we are here for Arizona versus Michael Turney, and I said this earlier. I don't know if you heard it, but there's no body, no murder weapon, no crime scene, no nothing. She went missing in 2001, and the chat yesterday said their theory was that they are prosecuting Michael Turney now because he's old, fragile, he's in a wheelchair. They have to prosecute him now because he might die any day. So it's a last chance effort.
He and Rosalia Gutierrez they're just like having mojitos on a beach somewhere in Panama.
Yeah. So we have 50 minutes left of story time from prosecution, and yeah, there I am.
Ms. K. Griff, bring in the philosophical questions.
What? Who did that? I will ban them.
Mrs. K. Griff, do people really have more than one hole, or is it all connected so it's basically just one hole with different entry-exit points? I agree with you. It's just one hole, you know. And like you get to the stomach, and then it's like choose your own adventure after you get to the stomach.
Yeah, and Travis, if you go back to the Jodi Arias trial, Travis' nickname for Jodi Arias was the three-hole wonder.
3? Come on, there's nostrils and ears and everything. Why limit it to 3? Sorry, I have to remember you're 18 minutes in. I'm like 4 or 5 hours in. I always have trouble with that. Remember that, like, not everybody's been streaming as long as I have.
Yeah, and then on Sundays I have my Serial Killer Sunday stream, but that has to go over and be Rumble exclusive because YouTube, I try to monetize, and 3 minutes in, boom, gone. And yeah, and so I don't want, because they're already having a hard time with the Jodi Arias stream, even though we put her hoo-ha on 18 plus. They still, no, we are putting an 18 plus on it too. So yeah.
Don't do that. Make YouTube work for it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have people. Yeah, I'm streaming this on Rumble as well, and I see on that chat that I have audience there too. Good to know. Thank you so much. Oh, Baker is here also. Hey. He can't redirect. He doesn't have enough followers or subs or something like that. But thank you. Thank you, Baker. Thank you, Baker. Okay, so, but let's go and see what the next witness has to say.
You think they're here? They're just indisposed for a moment?
I believe so, because she was my witness was just
out.
All right. You want me to excuse the jury, or?
I think for 5 minutes, if you may judge.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, take a 5-minute recess. I'll ask you to
issues here as well with. Oh yeah, this gentleman who you see here, that's the main prosecutor. He's roughly 122 years old. I think he went to school with the expert in the Letitia Stout trial. He tried to prosecute John Wilkes Booth. Yeah, he has been practicing law since 1975.
I had a professor in law school. Now, granted, this was still like 30 years ago when I was in law school. But even 30 years ago, I had my property law professor started teaching law in 1939. That was before World War II. My law professor started teaching law.
Yeah.
He's dead now, of course.
Yes, but I keep forgetting to cover up with my tractor. And yes, for you who doesn't know, that's my tractor. It's right outside. And yes, the license plate says FCK. And that's the main reason I have that tractor.
You said you were going to restore the tractor. Are you still going to do that?
I've been looking at the stuff because I need to rewire everything in it. And this is I believe this tractor came to Sweden in 1959. It was made in 1954.
My law professor was teaching law for 20 years before that thing got there.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is a 1954 Ferguson. It is a
Cool.
British tractor. Yeah.
Good old Fergie.
Yeah, it has a stunning 21 horsepower.
If it ain't John Deere, it ain't shit. USA, motherfucker. Ooh, I caught myself. I'm so proud of myself.
But yeah, let's see. They are having a break. Jury's back.
It's a very confused looking judge.
That's Judge Sam Myers.
But he's very dapper.
He's been good so far, actually.
He's very short.
We are back on the record. Let the record reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Bailey, the state may call its next witness.
State calls Jessica Lang.
Ma'am, if you'll
Jessica
please
Lang?
come forward, the clerk that's standing
Cool.
to my left is going to get your name, and she's going to swear you in.
She gets a famous actress as a witness?
No, that's the friend of the family. Okay, we actually watched her yesterday. I can just she agreed with everything the prosecution said. The missing girl, Alissa, had troubles, but yeah, she was an angel otherwise. And then we can actually watch because if she was the last witness of the day, we can watch the. Oh yeah, I forgot. The defense attorney only has one arm, and he's showing the stump.
Okay.
The cross-examination of her is interesting, and
she's cute though. She's got a cool nose, and she's got glasses. Checks both of my boxes.
Wait. What's going on here? Is that the second time she was on? Wasn't she on before? No?
I would.
Now, do you know what day Alissa went missing?
Okay, this is the cross-examination.
To my right.
No? When's the cross-examination?
And you'll see there's a little microphone there. If you can
What's
just
going
make
on
sure
here?
you're speaking into that. Mr. Bailey, whenever you're ready, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jessica Lang.
Yeah, we might as well watch this
And
until we wait
did
for the
you,
actual trial to begin.
Formally called Jessica Chase.
It was Jessica Case.
Case, I'm sorry.
When I was in high school.
Yes. And
She's
do you
married,
currently live locally?
I do.
Right. And where did you grow up?
40th Street in Bell area.
So locally as well?
Local Phoenix, yes.
Okay. Where'd you go to high school at?
Oh, never mind.
Paradise Valley High School.
Right.
Paradise
And
Valley for the
do you
win.
remember doing a police interview for this case back in approximately 2008?
I do.
Okay. When did you meet Alissa?
It was August, September of 2000. We had a ceramics class together.
Okay. And did you become friends?
We did.
How close of friends were you?
I would say we were pretty good friends.
I apologize. Go ahead.
We instantly clicked. We always wore the same shirts.
Aw, couple of clothes.
So
Never mind.
based on
I
that,
wouldn't
how
touch her with a
often did you
10-foot
spend
pole.
time together?
I hate couple of clothes.
We had a class together every day for a semester, and then there were a few times outside of school in that time that we hung out.
Can
What
you
is
tell
this
us what
tattoo people are
Alissa was
speaking
like
of?
to you?
Happy, friendly. She just wanted to have fun.
I don't know.
Regular teenage girl stuff.
Right. Did she talk to you about her family at all?
She did.
Um,
I think I might be.
did you ever see her and her sister interact?
I did.
Yeah. How did they interact when you observed them?
Typical sister stuff. Sarah wanted to do whatever Alissa was doing, so that annoyed Alissa.
Were you friends with a boyfriend that Alissa had by the name of John Lackman?
I was friends with John's friend, Jesus. So
And I
Can
say
we
this
bring
like
these
sometimes-
microphones to the
sometimes
YNW
lawyers will
Valley
ask bad
trial,
questions.
please?
I meant to ask, did you know John Lackman?
I
I
did know
have
John.
this as
And
well.
was that through a mutual friend? Is that what you just said?
So I boost
Yes.
the volume.
Okay. Did you ever see Alissa and John interacting together?
Yes.
How did they interact with each other?
Teenage couple doing. I'm not sure how to answer that.
Sure. Well,
Just-
did you see them at school?
I did.
Right. And would they talk or have lunch together, things like that?
Yes.
Right. Did while they were together, did you also spend time with them?
I did. Yes.
Did you know any of Alissa's brothers?
I met them, but I cannot say for sure which ones or if it was all of them.
All right. And did you ever meet Alissa's father or stepfather?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. At one point, when the defense attorney was walking off to,
Did it appear to
during
you
his
that
walk,
Alissa was closest to
just
any one
went
of her family members?
back in front of the microphone.
I do not recall.
And thank you, Nathan C, for being a member for 2 months.
Did you spend time at Alissa's house?
I
I
did
would.
a couple of times. Yes.
All right. And what kind of things would you do at Alissa's house?
We hung out in her room, played with her ferret. I think we watched
Is
a
that
movie.
a euphemism?
I hung out there on Halloween.
Okay.
It was very.
I was. This is this person we haven't. I haven't heard yet. The friend who was B was another person. But if the normal trial hasn't started, I will show her. But yeah.
Very cold outside, and we handed out candy.
All right. Were you personally aware of any video cameras in the house?
Yes.
And were you personally aware of a video recording system for the phone?
Yes.
And yes, he recorded one phone.
Now,
in the house.
do you know what day Alissa
And he
went
did
missing?
that from
I do.
1991 going
What
forward.
day was that?
It was May 17th,
Proper
2001.
OCD.
The
Did
last
you?
day of school.
Oh, I apologize. You said that was the last day of school?
Correct.
All right.
And just for the record, so Jeff knows, I want this guy to be guilty because he is really, really creepy. But this is end of day 3. No evidence. Testimony. No evidence. So yeah.
Were you going to school with her
Yes.
on that last day of school?
Yes.
And did you actually see her at school that day?
I do believe so. Yes.
All right. Do
So I'm
you
going up in
recall
speed and
what she
hoping
was
for
wearing?
not the stream to buffer.
A tank top that crossed in the back and shorts. And there was a very specific type of shoe that she had, that
What did you call those types of shoes?
skater shoes.
Okay, what does that mean to you?
I mean, they were specifically designed for skating.
Is that like skateboarding?
Yes.
Okay.
And why didn't you call them
Oh,
skateboard
What do you
shoes?
see Alissa doing on that?
Why do you
last
call them
day?
skiing shoes if they were for skating?
Walking.
Well, was she with anyone else when you saw her?
I do not recall.
All right. Do you recall when you saw her?
That's
There's
some.
a lot of testimony from more or less every witness. I don't recall if it may be negative towards Alyssa's character.
Point. We always had half day on the last day of school, so I saw her at some point because we discussed our plan for the night.
Okay.
Get it on. That was her plan. The ferret.
When you saw Alissa and her boyfriend, Mr. Lackman, together, did you notice any conflict between the two?
Not to my recollection.
And after you saw her that day, did you ever see her again?
Yeah,
I did
I
not.
grew up within
How did
3
you
hours
find out
of some
that
of
Alissa
the
was gone?
best ski
I
resorts
spoke
on
with Michael
planet
Turney.
Earth.
Right. And when you say you spoke with Michael Turney, what do you mean by that?
Either I called their house, or he called me.
And do you remember when that was?
It had to have been early afternoon.
Okay. So would it have been the same day of school?
Yes.
Did the defendant make any statements to you about Alissa in that phone call?
Yes. He specifically said, "Where the fuck is she? I know she's with you.
Ooh.
Where is my daughter?"
Dirty.
Okay. And did you know where she was?
I did not.
Yeah, prosecution isn't fast. And this is the young
After you found that
prosecutor.
out, did you ever go to the Turney house?
No, I did not.
Did you do anything to look for Alissa?
I called Michael Turney because he did tell me that he would be organizing a search party, and I had not heard from him. So I
So
reached out,
Alyssa's the one that's hanging out
and
in
he
Panama with
dismissed me
Rosario.
and said that he would
Yes,
get to me when he had more information for me.
Okay.
Something to that
or a
effect.
very party outgoing boy crazy, according to her friend's
And one more, Your Honor?
girl who ran away from home and got into wrong crowd. That's sadly not unusual for runaway girls to hang out with the wrong crowds, and yeah.
There's
You
168
said
of you
that
here.
you,
Get over and smash that like button, peeps,
Saw her, it was a
Yeah.
half day at
Yes.
school, last day of school.
and subscribe.
Yes.
You recall the time that you saw her?
Like, subscribe
At this
now.
time, I do not.
Do you know if it was in class?
It was not in class. We did not have a class together at that time, but the last days of school were
Hey, Dirk.
kind of a free-for-all.
Okay. Was it between classes?
I suppose that is a possibility. Yes.
All right. And do you remember, were you able to provide any information about when you or Mr. Turney called and you spoke about Alissa disappearing?
I went to my friend's house at probably 7 o'clock. So it was before that, between probably 4 and 6 p.m.
And soon they are going to talk about
And-
the ferret.
When you spoke
Because
about you had plans for the
obviously
night, what were
They're
your
trying
plans?
to. She would never. leave
Another
her
friend
pet
of mine
behind.
was having a party, and we were hopeful that
The
her.
problem with that is that the sister, when she was on the stand, did not mention a pet at all. So yeah,
It's the ferret we don't talk about.
John would be able to come hang out with us.
All right.
or it's a
And-
euphemism. I have no idea.
Have you ever heard from Alissa since May 17th, 2001, after that time you saw her between classes?
No, I have not.
And have you ever seen her again since that time between classes?
No, I have not.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Any cross-examination, Mr. Jackson?
She didn't mention a ferret. Okay.
Hi, Jessica. How are you?
I
He
I just want to
was
ask you a
stumpy.
few questions. You
Is
testified
he
a second
left-handed?
ago that
He has
you
to be
contacted-
left-handed.
Mr. Turney to try to help search for Alissa, and he kind of dismissed you. That's what you said, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember telling the detectives in your interview back in 2009 at the beginning that he called you
2000
asking
what?
if you wanted to help look for Alissa?
9.
That is what you told the detectives, correct?
He said that he would be organizing a search party, and then I never heard from him. So I reached out after that because I hadn't heard from him.
Now, you talked a
no,
little bit
they are
about
not
the
nearly
recording
done.
in the living room, the video camera, correct? How did you know that was there?
I was told about it.
Do you remember seeing where that camera was in the living room?
Yes, I looked for it.
And did you find it?
Yes.
And how did you find this camera?
I mean, well, whether it was real or imagined, I looked for it, so I knew it was there. So
But do you remember telling the detectives that you saw a
Snoopy
red
bitch.
light in the vent? That's how you knew the camera was there.
if that's what I told the detectives, then that's what I recalled at the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of that now?
I do not.
Every cross-examination, everyone says the exact same thing. If that's what I told them at the time, then I told that blah, blah, blah. I do not have an independent. Even the older brother to Alissa, who was 2009, he was in his 30s. And 14 years later, he is in his mid 40s or late 40s. He has no recollection of what he said.
It was 14 years ago.
Yeah, but your missing sister cop interview, that's kind of something you might remember. At least this trial has been 2 years in the making. I mean, yeah.
64 million years in the making.
Do you remember doing an interview with the defense?
Yes,
Do you remember talking about the camera then?
vaguely.
And that interview was recently? Last few months?
No.
Yes.
And do you remember talking about the camera in that interview? You said vaguely. Do you remember saying anything about that red light?
So was this a security camera or is he just a perv?
I do not recall at this time, no.
He had one. He had, as far as we know, we have. Why is my logo covering my face? Let's go with this one. Here are two cameras. One facing the entrance, which was in the carport, and one facing the couch in the living room. And there were monitors in his bedroom, but everybody had access to the bedroom. So everybody in that house knew he recorded. And the defense is insinuating it is because Alissa may or may not have been taking boys home. So he was checking up on her. But there's a lot of things that can't, there's things that isn't admitted into court that we have been finding out during when jury was out, that there were allegations of SA, but only allegations. And apparently the one talking about it was Alissa to her friends. And so that the judge said, no, that's not admissible. And the prosecution tries to circumvent it, but has failed so far.
But you vaguely remember telling the detective, or you don't remember at all about telling the detective that the light is how you knew, the little LED red light?
I know that the cameras were spoken of, but specifics beyond that, I cannot be certain at this time.
Okay. Now, you talked about John Lackman, knowing him, and your friend knew him, and that Alissa was dating him, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe their relationship?
I'm not sure how to. It just seemed like a regular relationship. They did things together. He drove a truck.
Do you remember telling, people are overhearing that, or do you remember saying that He made her cry a lot.
No, but that's not surprising. Teenage girls cry.
She's a teen girl.
I want to ask you a couple questions about her job at that time. Do you know where she worked?
Jack in the Box.
Were you aware if she liked her job?
I do not know.
Do you remember discussions about her job saying that the people there were stupid and she hated it?
I do not recall at this time. No.
It was fast
Now, I
food
wanna
and
ask
she was
you
a
again
teen.
about
She hated it and people
the
were
call
stupid.
On May 17th, you said you believe that was somewhere between 4:30 and 7 o'clock, correct? That first conversation you had with Michael Turney, her dad.
It would have been closer to like 4 and 6.
Okay, so it was earlier than later. You knew that you were going somewhere and you had plans at 7, correct?
Correct.
Why do you believe that it was closer to this 4 or 5?
Because I would have had to get ready.
Do you remember telling the detectives that you received a call from her and you were calling her back?
That was how I remembered it. I did not speak with her, but there was a missed call. I saw it on the caller ID and called back. And that's when
And that call,
he yelled at me that I knew where she was.
how close in proximity is that missed
The
call to
day
when you called her
for
back?
court stream
Or
is
called
up,
the number
but
back?
nothing is happening so far.
Within a couple of
They're
hours.
showing the
Could it
logo.
have been shorter time, longer time? I mean,
It could not have been more than a couple of hours.
We will
Could it have been
finish
15, 20 minutes?
this.
That is
which
possible,
is
yes.
and so
Half an
when you
hour.
called back, he
So
answered,
we might
correct?
Yes.
catch up.
And he seemed pretty angry.
Yes.
He's yelling at you. He's trying to find out where his daughter is.
Yes.
He thinks you have her.
Yes.
He actually says, "Where the fuck is she?
Correct.
I know she is with you.
Correct.
Where is my daughter?"
Correct.
How long did that conversation last for?
I do not recall.
After you told him that she wasn't with you, you guys started having other discussions, correct?
I do not recall at this time.
Do you remember him telling you about a runaway note?
Yes, he did tell me that there was a note.
And then when that conversation, when was the next time that you spoke with him?
Within a week, I would say,
And,
maybe a few days.
and that's when he
Maybe.
reached out to you to ask you if you wanted to help search.
No, I do believe that he offered to organize a search party when I spoke to him that day.
That very first conversation, you think that's...
So
I
she
believe so.
remembers 2001,
Now-
but not what she told the cops in
You also,
2009.
do you ever remember seeing any flyers around?
I remember seeing 2 flyers in the area.
There was one at Jack in the Box
Yes.
and one at Walmart.
Yes.
And when did you see those?
I cannot be certain.
And you actually took one of the flyers, correct, off the Walmart wall?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any redirect, Mr. Bailey?
I think that's a tattoo, actually.
Oh, I thought it was a necklace.
Why did
Yeah,
you
but it doesn't
fire
move
Okay.
like a necklace.
the Walmart?
Yeah, you're right.
I was
I guess that's the necklace people were talking. The tattoo
I'm
people were talking about.
Not sure. I was
trying to
just
distract
angry
myself
about
from
the
her
whole
bangs,
situation, I
so-
suppose.
What do you mean you're angry about the whole situation?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That she would run away without me.
Okay. And did you know that she ran away?
I did not know.
And this runaway note, did you ever see it?
I saw it when the police interviewed me in 2007.
Did you ever see it when the defendant had it?
No.
Okay.
I think it's an ox symbol, like astrology or something.
I guess the question that I'm asking you is the information that you believed or knew about as far as what happened to Alissa after you saw her at class, where did you get that from? Did someone else tell you that?
I'm
Sure. Did the information, the things that you testified to about a note and things like that, was that information that was provided to you by the defendant?
yes.
That's not leading at all. And same with every witness. everybody says, "Oh, I have no independent recollection there. I only said it because Michael Turney told me," and they are incredibly consistent.
This call that you have that you missed,
that
that you said you saw on the caller ID.
It's almost like they have spoken with each other for the last.
Was there did you ever hear a voice message for that?
I did not.
Do you know who made that call?
I do not.
It was just a number that you saw on your voicemail?
It was the caller ID.
I apologize.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Totally unrelated comment. Apparently, there is no Melly trial until Monday.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Ladies and gentlemen, any members of the jury have any questions?
The large
for this
woman that
witness?
sits next to him got sick, so they're giving her
Because
until
if there
Monday
are
to
none, may the
recover.
witness be excused. Any objection?
She needs an oil change.
Mr. Jackson? Any objection? Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Okay, next witness.
Please come forward. If you'll please come forward and approach the woman who's standing to my left. She'll get your name from you and swear you in.
Okay, who is this?
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Sir, if you could please take a walk up that ramp and then have a seat on the witness stand here to my right.
Well, sir, it's time for me to get some
There's
sleep.
a
I
microphone
think.
right there. If you can just make sure you're speaking
Okay.
into it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey, whenever you're
I'll
ready, you may
listen
proceed
to
with your
your
direct
the
examination of the
lilting
witness.
sounds
Thank
of
you,
your
Judge. Can you please
soothing
introduce
voice,
yourself?
and as I
Michael
go to
Allen
sleep.
Stanley.
And where do you live? Do you live locally?
Thanks for
Yeah, I
having
live
me on, Nicholas.
Thank you for showing up. Thank you for the redirect.
No.
I hope they stick around. And I'll see you tomorrow at. No, you don't have a trial tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll
No,
be
that's
doing
a
our regular.
snake.
We'll be doing our OJ Simpson tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll be doing OJ,
Ooh.
a full OJ thing instead of the 1 hour that I was planning.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
Nice.
Cool.
Okay.
Good to see you, Mo.
Good to see ya.
Hey, everybody, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to him. He needs it. He deserves it.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I really do. And in the break between this day and today, I will grift a bit. And yeah, if any one of you happen to not be one of Jeff's subscribers, go subscribe to him. He could use a bit more. He has very few of them, especially.
All right.
We all need more subscribers. Thank you, Jeff, for showing up.
Well, ladies, gentlemen, Nicholas, have a good time.
Have a
We'll
good
see
time.
We'll see you. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
we
is
are. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't catch his name, so I'll be going back a bit to catch his name. But I'm going to do psychic stuff here. He answers the prosecution's questions flawlessly, and when the defense cross-examining him, he has no independent recollection. The things he said to the cops were stuff that Michael told him. Anyone want to
Sounds-
bet against?
No, I think that sounds about right.
Yeah.
So, oh my gosh. We just got done with Baker's stream with the Texas Border Patrol. They had a cultural anthropologist on to explain the rampant machismo of Border Patrol and how they're all talking about their bits and pieces and their side pieces and their shooting testosterone. It was the dumbest thing I've ever been forced to listen to.
Derna 1804 has a theory. The prosecution hypnotized them during the pre-trial interviews. Yeah, well, might very well be
Yep.
so. But let's see what this guy is all about. And what his name is.
And you'll see there's a microphone right there. If you can just make sure you're speaking into it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey, whenever you're ready, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself?
Michael Allen Stanley.
And where do you live? Do you live locally?
Yeah, I live here in Phoenix, North Phoenix,
All right. And how long have you lived in Phoenix?
since 1990, so 21 years.
Where'd you live before that?
Northern California.
All right.
What? If he lived there since 1990, that's more than 21 years.
Yeah.
Is he a lawyer?
Do you know where'd you go to high school?
Greenway High School.
And do you recall doing a police interview for this case back in approximately 2009?
Yes.
All right. How did you know Alissa?
Through our work.
Okay. And when you say work, where'd you work at?
Jack in the Box at 40th Street in Bell.
Okay. What was your
this
job title for that position?
Shift manager.
Right.
No,
and
shift manager. Another shift manager.
What were your? Well, how long did you work with
What
Alissa?
can he say that the previous one
A
didn't
few months,
say?
I believe.
Okay. And did you manage her?
Yes.
All right. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how that interaction occurred with you and her at Jack in the Box?
Well, I mean, initially it started off as, of course, not knowing her at all, and but training her at various jobs around the store, but mainly for customer service, working with working at the front counter or in the drive-through, and then from there, she became more independent, and I didn't have to, interact with her as much.
What was Alissa like at work?
I mean,
theory, 30
like
years
anybody
later.
at the beginning, they don't know their way around, and I had
His
to teach them some
eyebrows
things,
are
but eventually she became very productive and smart, funny at times.
Was she a reliable employee?
Absolutely.
And did you know any of did you meet any of Alissa's family?
Not that I'm aware of. At work.
All right. And at some point, did
He does.
you
Oh my
go to
God.
Alissa's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I'm not sure, what the scenario was. If more than likely we got off at the same time from work and I gave her a ride home.
Okay. And then what did you do when you went to her house?
We came through the door and met whoever was there, and then proceeded towards her bedroom and interacted. And then at a certain time, we were ushered to the couch to hang out there. And then we were there for a little while, and then again ushered out of the house. I was told to
this
leave.
is the statutory rapist.
Were you aware of video surveillance in the house?
In the house, no.
Okay. So you said you were ushered into the house, or
Into her room, like we walked in, and there may have been some pleasantries greeting who may have ever been there, like her sister or father, but she wanted to be alone. So we went, that's what I meant, ushered towards a room by her. And then we were ushered out of her room by, I'm not sure if it was probably her dad that said, we were in there and the door was closed. So he said, more or less go out on the couch where you're not isolated.
okay.
And that's what we did.
So when you went to her house with her that night, there was other family members were present.
Yes.
Okay.
I have 4 sisters, and that's not unusual, even in mid-teens. That no clothes. You can hang out, but if you want to stay the night, you need to be an actual regular boyfriend. No, this is he was managing the Jack in the Box when she was employed there, and then apparently he went home to her place. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
And we didn't talk about approximately when was this?
A date or time?
they haven't.
Well, the best you
asked
can
his
as far as a
age,
date.
Actually,
The date,
when
I'm
he moved
assuming
there.
it was late to mid-spring of 2001.
But if
All right.
he was a manager at Jack in the Box, he has to have been.
Well,
at
how long
least
did you work at
18.
Jack in the Box?
From September of 1999 to late spring, early summer of 2001.
All right. So you're brought into the house. You're asked at some point to go into the front room.
Yeah, I mean, they're right there, as you walk in the door initially.
Okay, and then what do you do?
And he talks like a fucking teenager. Oh,
Say hi, and then am ushered by her towards her room.
Okay. I guess the confusion I'm having is, so you went inside, you and Alissa went to her bedroom,
Yes.
and at some point you were asked by an individual you believed was her father to
Right.
leave the bedroom?
Right. It was because the door was closed in her bedroom, and I believe there was a knock, but no opening the door. Just, it said, you guys me to come out to the living room, more or less.
Okay. And then while you were in the living room, what did you do?
Made out.
Okay. And was it anything significant, I guess?
In my heart or in my mind? I'm not sure what you mean.
I guess physically. That's a good ask for a clarification there.
I'm not really sure.
Nature of it.
It didn't last too long before I was told to leave. So.
All right. So you have what you called as a make out on the couch, and then you were asked to leave. Who was that by?
Michael Turney, her father.
Okay. So at that point, do you leave?
Yes.
All right. And after that, did you ever see Alissa again?
I did not. No.
Okay. And did you go back to work?
Yes.
After that? And so it's fair to say Alissa was never at work again.
It is fair to say that. Yes.
You quit or left Jack in the Box. Did you leave Jack in the Box shortly after?
Yeah, I would assume so.
You said your tenure at Jack in the Box was from, I believe it was 1999 to about the summer of 2001.
Correct.
Summer, spring
So
2001.
Correct.
Why
did you end up leaving Jack
right
in the Box?
after Alissa disappeared?
Shortly before that, in 2001, I was diagnosed with spina bifida, and I had been having some unresolved medical complications, and I could not work anymore due to the intensity of those medical complications.
So the proximity with you also quitting Jack in the Box had nothing to do with any.
You are all free to speculate.
Absolutely not.
Thank you, John Gary. More than a 24-month gap, and she was under 18. Yeah.
Okay, and wouldn't crazy, creepy dad, bum rush this man out of the house, not send them to the living room to make out?
Well, he's 5'4" and.
Were you ever?
Yeah.
When were you informed that Alissa, or found out that Alissa was gone?
When I was first interviewed.
And would that have been in 2009?
Yes.
Right.
I don't know if
I
they
don't have
have
any additional
any emotions in Arizona, but
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Cross-examination, Mr. Jackson.
Just briefly, you had said that you likely went over there because you guys have got off at the same time. Do you remember what Alyssa's typical schedule was back then?
Well, considering she was a high school student and underage, she was always working after her
Maybe we shouldn't be so
day at high
excited
school
about
ended, so
these
roughly 3
facts.
p.m. Unless it was the weekend,
she was
then I'm
underage.
assuming she
I
could come
went
in
over there
anytime
to
she
make
wanted,
out
but
with her.
because she was a minor, she could not work past midnight.
It was midnight. We've heard
What
possibly
is this
10 a.m.
case?
Is midnight as late as you can work as a minor, under your impression?
Absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Jackson, could you adjust that microphone so it's near you? Thank you.
Good.
And then when I
good
asked
judge.
you, do you know about what time you went over to her house?
In the evening time,
Do you know about how long you were there?
no more than 2 hours.
Do you remember being asked to leave because it was 1 o'clock in the morning?
No, I don't.
And how old were you at the time this was going on?
Either 19 or 20.
Okay. And she was 17?
Correct.
And I believe in your interview, you said that you guys were making out and heavy petting. Does that sound familiar to you?
Sure.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any redirect, Mr. Bailey?
That's all he needed to say. Now the jury knows, okay, either 19 or 20.
Ladies and gentlemen, any members of the jury
That's
have any
20.
questions for this witness? It appears that there are none. May the witness be excused. Any
Sir,
objection?
you have to live
Thank you, sir. You may be
501
excused.
feet away from schools.
MG Law says he was 20, almost 21.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the good news is that we are running ahead of schedule. And as a result, we're out of witnesses for the day. That means you get to go home early. I'll ask you to be back at 10:30 tomorrow.
Let's see if they. I know
And,
that
Please take everything with you
has
as you
already
leave the
started,
courtroom.
but
Please
we'll
remember
finish
the
off
admonition.
here.
Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30. Jury's now excused.
Then try to catch up on today's stream. Skip ahead.
Let the record show the presence of counsel and the.
A couple of things, Judge. First, since we're done early today, the Detective Anderson and I need to open a couple of exhibits to help me get individual items marked for the testimony of Detective Summersu tomorrow. Your clerk asked that I ask you to order that happen. Normally, if I just open it in front of the clerk, it's okay, but I'm following her wishes.
Sure, it's fine. And if defense wants to be present while that happens, they're welcome to be present.
The second question I have, which you're probably going to say, well, let's wait and see what happens, but
apparently you know me.
I have, the next 2 or 3 witnesses, and so that I don't belabor my objections, and I'm doing this as in polite manner as I can. So defense asked.
There, I'm looking at, I just Googled it, and let's see here. Arizona, there's no statute of limitation on SA, provided the police do not know the identity of the defendant. If, however, police know who committed then the statute of limitations on SA is 7 years. So if he told the police this in 2009, then and they did jack crap about it, then the statute of limitation has passed. So now we know that.
A witness, did you tell the police?
Jesus Christ, they had a person who admitted he was more or less fondling a minor in 2009. And how is he not a suspect?
X. I've tried a couple of different objections to that foundation hearsay, and your response has been you can address it on redirect. What I'm having difficulty with is what a witness said to the police is hearsay unless you're using it to impeach them or refresh their recollection. And when the witness says that's what I was told, it's obvious to me at least that somebody told them that, which means they don't have personal knowledge.
Oh,
so,
bullshit, bull crap.
I'm going to
if they coach themselves or you coach them, you can't have it inadmissible.
Because it's apparent to me that defense is asking these questions because they want the jury to believe that what the witness says that they were told is the truth. So it's obviously being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, not to impeach the witness. And so consequently, I will draft a limiting instruction to that effect. But I'm likely to make some objections.
Now we know why everybody says, because I was told so.
Anything else that the state wanted the court to address before we break for the day?
No, sir.
Anything else from the defense?
Just briefly on that matter, Your Honor, I believe, at least for
but
my
if it was 2009,
Ms. Hicks also,
they knew it was him.
the witness is now saying,
Then
I
2001
was told that.
to
That's not what they were
2009.
telling police back then.
Yeah.
So it's different that in the interview
Yeah,
they
they
said,
were fully
I was
noticed.
told X, Y, and Z. That's not the case. They're saying X, Y, and Z, and now on the stand saying, well, that's what I was told. That's the impeachment element of that. And so I think I would make sure clear when I ask the question that this is what you told the detective and it's not what you were told, so we can clear that to make sure that that's more clear.
I have to find something to blow my nose.
Duly noted. Anything else from the defense?
No, I guess we discussed we don't need to bring that other issue up. So no, nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, then counsel, I'll ask you to be, oh, go ahead.
And I neglected to bring it over. You have a copy of my PowerPoint. You were going to, because Detective Summersu, I anticipate, will be introducing some of the clips from primetime because he observed it, one of which they objected to that I showed in my opening statement, and you said you would look at it. I have a separate clip. I forgot to bring it with me. The PowerPoint has been marked as an exhibit.
I thought that you were sort of holding a marked exhibit yesterday that I think you were suggesting was the clip. Is that, it looked like it had been marked. My recollection is it had a green tag.
That's an audio.
Oh no, that was the call from Lynette and Sarah that they didn't get into.
Right, and you were going to listen to that. But I also thought you were going to watch the clip of when John Cannon says to the defendant, did you molest Alissa?
I think it is a good idea for me to watch that before I hear you argue it.
Oh, am I
And
frozen?
I'm happy to do that if you can provide it to me.
Yeah, I will bring it. It's in the PowerPoint, which is marked. I'll bring the separate clip in the morning.
Okay, if you can just bring it as early as possible so I can watch it before you all get here.
And I think there was something else that we tabled until we were going to get into that was, and I don't know if you were doing it with Summersu Anderson about his refusal to do an interview.
I mean,
in
the laws in Sweden are a bit different.
With Detective Anderson.
There was a clip that they're trying to play,
age of consent
and the letter that
here
comes
is,
that they're saying comes
15,
in. That he said that he would do an interview with police.
but it
there was a
still
polygraph for the detective.
can be
Our
considered
objection was
if
that was in
the
the
other
out, and it
person
also
is
comments on his right to
substantially
remain
older.
silent.
So here,
Okay. Well, if there's anything you
20
think I need to see
wouldn't be.
before you argue that, please provide a copy to me.
Yes.
There's a
I
ruling by
believe
Judge
that the law
Tyndall
of
on
statutory
the
R
defendant's
has
lack
been
of
around for
cooperation
quite
with
some
police.
time.
I
in
would
the
be
US.
happy if you provided that ruling to me. She'd made a lot of rulings in this case.
I'll do it.
And just scanning the Raji's, I thought there was a standard regarding the victim's right to refuse an interview. Now I don't see it. So if you draft a proposal, that would probably be the best way to get that to me.
Sure. Thanks.
Anything else, counsel?
Nothing further.
Just as a, let's go off the record. We're off the record. Just as I'm putting.
Okay. Boom. And boom. Boom. We are not long behind, so we will catch up. But a bit of grifting. Mo, go subscribe to Mo. She has fun things.
Hey guys, I'm Mo from Mo in the Deep End. Today I had 2 videos come out. So one about California drafting a law that says that judges should take racial identity into consideration when sentencing. Now it's not likely to pass it passed the House, but it's not likely to pass the Senate. But that was interesting. And then the reason and a video about Sarah Boone's case being delayed. And then tonight I have a Zachariah Anderson rewatch. So we will be on day 2. But I know Solomon is going to be on with someone, so y'all can just rewatch it. It will not hurt my feelings.
Okay. Yeah, and of course, as usual, subscribe to me. I prefer if you become members. That helps me to plan ahead of time. I don't mind super chats, but I would also gladly see you all going over to Zachariah Anderson's GoFundMe. Oh no, go Give Send Go. And on the 28th of let's see here, on the 28th of July, I will have a grift stream that is called Chat-Faced for Charity.
That's hilarious. I love it.
Where you give money to Zachariah Anderson's defense fund, you get a little bit to me, and I will drink. So yeah, so book Friday the 28th for Chat-Faced for Charity.
And the cats behind me, the white one is Thor and the orange one is Loki. They are in a loving partnership most of the time.
Let's see here, and I'm going to show you a bit of else that I am will soon start a bit of grifting for. Hold on, share screen. Something of this sort. Oh, there. This is a construction shed on wheels.
Ooh.
Yeah. I just picked that picture up. This is one that has been redone already. Normally they look like crap. These are the ones that you see on construction sites where workers go in and out to change and stuff like that. And sometime next year, I hope I can have enough in super chats and PayPal donations, so I can get one of these to build into a studio, so I can get myself out of my house into that, so I can yell and scream all I like, because next year I will probably have someone living downstairs. I will rent downstairs out. So being up at 1 a.m. in the morning screaming won't be good indoors. So that is what's going on, but that is a bit into the future. So I'm just preparing you all. But
I am super jealous. My HOA won't let me have a she shed, a bee barn, or a sea corral. And I've asked separately for all three. They say that that's all really inappropriate.
Yeah. That's why I live rural without any form of HOA.
You are smart.
Yeah. And that's also the reason why I need one on wheels, because if I have an actual little house built, I need a permit. Even though I'm on a farm, I still need the county to give permit. And my county is very adamant in not giving permits. Very adamant. But they can't stop me from having a house on wheels. Yeah. And that partner was roti. Yeah. Yeah. And one of these used construction sheds is roughly 10K in dollars. So hence next year sometime I will try to collect it enough. But my main priority is still getting better sound, a new webcam other than the $30 webcam I'm using. So that is priority now. The studio is for next year. So now let's continue with Arizona versus Michael Turney, day 4. Oh, sound.
1818001, State of Arizona versus Michael Turney. It's time for continuing jury trial. Let the record show the presence of counsel and the defendant. Let's see. I was provided a few exhibits, 96 and 97, which are CDs, and 91, which is a thumb drive. I don't have anything to play a CD on, so I didn't listen to those or watch them. But 91, I did listen to.
I just gave the court the thumb drive.
This is a modern courthouse.
Thank you.
Yep. And I've been watching.
All right, I now have the thumb drive, which has been marked as exhibit
HOAs
98. I'll listen to that over the lunch hour, unless you all need me to listen to it sooner.
No, it would be for Detective Summersu.
Okay. Any issues that you all wanted to take up
sometime
before we
today.
get started with the jury?
Nothing. Well, I believe so. Yes. Now we just received a thumb drive where the state is intending to play a conversation between the next witness, Mr. Jonathan Lackman,
and from my first Rumble chat, super chat, from Dennis Heaton, thanks for the most interesting trial in a while. You're welcome. This will be a very interesting trial, and once they are through with friends of the family and family, I believe Stumpy here will get nasty AF with the state's witnesses. So yes, this will be nasty and interesting, I believe. Thank you so much, Dennis, for my very first Rumble donation chat. I don't know what it's called. Thank you.
I think it's maybe a Rumble rant. I don't know.
Rumble rant. Okay. Rumble rant. Thank you. Let's continue. We
haven't had a chance to review that one.
Not long behind.
I remember the call. I don't remember when it was, but it's hearsay. It's her statements that they're trying to bring in to try to, for the truth of the matter asserted that she would have asked him to go to California with him if he had left. It's hearsay. It's inadmissible.
All right. And what is the state's response?
Playing 1.25 till we catch up.
The nature of their relationship, Your Honor. She's talking about, they're talking about going to the prom. The prom was shortly before she went missing. So, again, you can hear them talking. You can hear them talking to each other. What they're saying, we're not introducing the truth of the matter asserted, other than to show their state of mind, or her state of mind at the time, close in time to when she went missing.
If I may address that, prom was prior to her running away and prior to her cheating on him. The prom happened before she was on the couch with Mike Stanley. So this call is from farther back in time. It is hearsay. It's not in close proximity within days of her going missing, and it does not paint the complete picture.
And so, Mr. Imbordino, the conversation is discussing prom?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume that the witness will be asked questions about the nature of their relationship and things that they talked about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is the recording adding to the
Why
issue?
do I only hear this from my left ear?
I can't tell you anything in addition to what I've already said. I believe that it corroborates the nature of their relationship.
Okay.
I mean, he can talk about, I agree with you, he could talk about the conversation, but it just seems to me it's better to play it. So.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to, Mr.
Okay,
Jackson,
it's the stream
formally
that's
said it, we're asking to preclude
not in
that
stereo.
exhibit, which do
Because
we have it
popped over
marked?
to listen
It has
to
not been
something
marked. We
else,
were just
and both
in the
my
process of
headphones
listening
are
to it.
working.
Okay, so it would be marked as exhibit number 102. So the court will grant the state's motion to preclude at this moment. The defense motion to preclude at this moment. Mr. Imbordino, if you feel as
Well, they need to argue some stuff for their client. That's just it. And when it comes to boy crazy, well, that was one of the state's witnesses. And yeah, we all interpret this in any way we can.
though a door has been opened during cross and you believe it's
trying to
now
just update it.
admissible, you can certainly ask to approach and we can revisit the issue. But until there is some challenge as to Mr. Lackman's descriptions of the nature of the relationship and things that they talked about, the court finds that it's not admissible.
Okay.
Anything else we can talk about before we bring the jury in?
A judge ruling according to the rules? This is a weird trial. What's going on?
Judge,
I don't know.
with the next witness, but we can address that at a later time.
Well, do we think that'll be this morning?
You'll get started this morning.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have at least a few minutes now. Any reason why we can't talk about it now?
There is a letter. I'm trying to see if they. Are you not in? I don't see that. Are you still intending to try to play that letter that you emailed us last night? The letter to.
Counsel, I don't think the court reporter can hear you.
Just asking him a question, please, the chief.
No.
You're not playing that.
The letter that I gave you is a letter that they wrote to him.
Yeah, but last night you texted or emailed and said you planned on doing that. Are you not? Okay. Then we don't have an issue with that. The only other issue is there is a conversation between Mike Sr. and Mike Jr. in regards to
Your
Mike
microphone really
and or
picks up
John taking
everything.
Alissa in, adopting her, like giving her
Including-
custodial rights. We don't object to a lot
No
of what's in
worries.
there. I believe it is relevant,
You
but
have a
there
good
is mention
microphone.
of molest, and there's things in there, and I don't
So
have, we don't have a
when it-
redacted version of that. I don't know
When I
what
go
they're-
into another stream, it'll do automatic adjust, and it always adjusts a lot higher.
Yeah.
I forgot to check it.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Okay. Yeah, you already adjusted. Yeah. You're well adjusted now.
what they're, if they're planning on trying to get into
It's a-
all of it,
it's a
we would
goal.
object to any mention of the molest allegations and different stuff like that.
Okay.
Seems to me the solution to that would have been for them to tell me what they wanted to redact. But number two, I'm happy to redact anything that the court believes is necessary. So perhaps you could review this exhibit.
Well,
and then you-
first, let's have defense review it and identify what they want to redact, and then you'll look at their requests. And if you disagree with them, then I'll step in. But it sounds as though you two are capable of resolving this on your own.
Probably so, yes.
All right, and that would be my preference.
Judge, we can review that over lunch then, and then address it. Maybe we can come back early and address it before then.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Thank you.
And I believe he'll be on long enough that that won't be an issue.
Yeah.
Okay. And is the next witness in the courtroom?
He's not in there yet, but he's outside.
You can bring him in if you'd like. And Angela, you can bring the jury in. Sir, if you want to just sort of wait, sir, if you want to just sort of wait where you are, as soon as we get the jury seated, we'll bring you forward.
Oh yes, I forgot. I was a bit jealous of your colorful microphone, so I got a colorful keyboard.
I know. Someone asked me what kind it was and if I liked it, and if I picked it out for certain specifications, and I was like, no, A close. My husband is so embarrassed.
But it's like when us guys, when we pick out a car or a dishwasher, if it just says Samsung dishwasher, but it says Samsung dishwasher 2000 turbo, we're going to buy that. Skip ahead a bit.
State versus Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you back this morning. Thank you so much for making it back on time. The state may call its next witness.
Jonathan Lackman, J-O-N-A-T-H-A-N, L-P-K-A-M-A-N.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir, if you'll please take a walk up that ramp and then have a seat on the witness
Is
stand
it
here to
still
my
just
right.
me who has only sound in one ear? Does anybody have the same problem?
I
You'll see
only
a little
use one
black microphone
earbud. Let
there.
me
If you can
see.
Make sure that you're speaking into that. You can adjust it as needed. Mr. Bordino, whenever you're ready, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness.
They're not talking right now. Get on with it.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name?
Jonathan Lackman,
And how do you spell your last name?
L-A-A-K-M-A-N,
I suppose I should have asked you to spell Jonathan as well. But
J-O-N-A-T-H-A-N,
thank you. Mr. Lackman, how old are you, sir?
38 years old.
Are you employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
We do project management for commercial doors and hardware.
All righty. Have you, were you born and raised in the Valley?
No, I've been here most of my life, though. I was born in Southern California.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that. But how long have you lived in Arizona?
Since 1993.
I hear you in both, but I not only hear the
Do you remember? having met a young
I
woman
left.
by the name of Alissa
Do you have like
Turney.
a
Yes, sir.
dual connectory thingy?
Where did you meet her?
I met her in my junior year of high school at Paradise Valley.
I am not sure.
Are you
Like
both
I'm the one to
juniors?
give
Yes.
advice for tech.
When you say you met her your junior year, do you have any, I know it's been a long time ago, but do you have a recollection of approximately when during the year you first met?
It would have been in the beginning of the year. I believe it was the first semester.
Alrighty. And what were the circumstances of your meeting?
We had a class together. We had a group project to work on. We had gone to somebody's house that was in part of that group.
But I can hear you
and her and
perfectly
I
in
had gotten
both, but
closer
the
at that
stream
time.
only in one.
Alright.
So I believe it's
The,
the stream. No, I have absolutely
in the,
no
be-
sound.
in the beginning, was
I
it
have absolutely
simply
no
a
sound.
relationship classmates? In other words, did it
I
change?
have no idea.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
We were friendly in the
So
classroom.
when I checked another channel, I
when we
still
had this
heard
group event
downstairs.
at this person's house, something transpired between two of the other people,
Oh,
and
well.
somebody was asked to leave the house on foot, go home. I took it upon myself to go stop, give that person a ride home. I think she was fond of me after that.
Okay. At some point, well, before I get there. So you're both juniors. Do you have classes together?
Just the one.
Which one was that? Do you recall?
It's American history.
And
American
during the
History
school
X,
year,
you
during the
skinhead.
school day, would there be occasions when the two of you would run into each other?
We would see each other before school started, and then she would come into one or more of my classes throughout the day, kind of just sneak in and say hi.
Okay.
I
I
still
haven't
hear it. So
been in high
it's no
school in
issue.
so long. Was it like a lunch break?
Yes, but I don't remember participating in lunch from my junior and senior years.
Okay. And when you said you might see her before school started, do you recall what time your classes began?
I believe it was 7:30.
And how did you get to school?
At that time I was driving.
Do you have any recollection of when, an approximate time that the relationship changed to a dating relationship?
It was pretty fast. And we knew of each other, or we spent time in class together, and then that one incident kind of brought us together, and that was official.
All right. So when you would see her away from school, what kinds of things would you do?
Mostly we would just drive around, go window shopping, go eat, sit, talk. We had a couple places we would go and just look at the scenery.
All righty. We
will
how
probably
long?
find
So
out
there's been some
or
testimony
either on
that
cross or
Alissa
during
was reported missing on May 17th
defense
of
case in chief.
2001. Did your relationship,
I would
your
hope
dating
so.
relationship with her, was it still a dating relationship when she went missing?
Absolutely.
Did you ever visit her home?
Yes.
Did you ever meet her father?
Yes.
You see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Where is he sitting, please?
It's on my left over here.
Okay. What's he wearing today?
Blue coat and the headset.
Thank you. How many times did you visit the house?
A few dozen times over the course of 9 months or so.
All right. And how would you get to her home?
I would drive there.
Now, do you know whether or not Alissa had a car to drive?
There was a vehicle there, I think, that was earmarked for her, but I don't know its condition, and I don't know that she ever did drive it.
Did you ever observe her to drive?
No.
Did you ever go on any outing that would have included Alissa, Sarah, the defendant, and perhaps some of her brothers?
Yes.
And do you have any recollection of the approximate time that would have happened?
I don't. I could tell you the weather was good. We were outdoors during the day. It wasn't terribly hot. The location I couldn't pinpoint. It was just a pretty remote desert area that we went out to for paintballing.
All right. Did you ever do anything else with her family?
Her and her sister and I, possibly one or both of her brothers, had gone bowling one night.
Now, was there a prom that you attended with Alissa?
Yes.
So if assume for me that she was reported missing on May 17th, 2001, do you have a recollection of when the prom took place in relationship to May 17th?
Couldn't have been more than a couple weeks prior. It was right towards the end of that school year.
And where was the prom?
That's a tough one. A big hotel of some kind, a grand resort. That's all I can remember.
All right. Did you get dressed up?
I did.
I have a photograph here to show you. It's Exhibit 81. See, tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
So is that you on the left?
Yep.
Alrighty. And who is that?
Aww.
That's Alissa.
That is really early
Now,
night or early
Move it up
2000s.
just a little bit. Do you see the?
I don't miss
I'm
it.
Directing your attention to that necklace around her neck. Do you recognize that?
I do.
The defense will be nasty to this
recognize
guy.
I had bought that for her.
We have already heard that he
Special
made her
occasion, a
cry,
gift?
For her birthday.
that he might have been physical,
So
allegations
had
of
you seen her
cheating.
wear it on occasions other than the night you went to the prom?
I think she wore it all the time. I don't remember seeing her without it.
That's a beard that is trying to cover up
Exhibit
a double
85
chin
in
or a
evidence.
weak chin.
I'm only showing this to you to see if, first of all, do you see Alissa in this picture?
Yes.
Do you see her sister, Sarah?
Yes.
Do you recognize either of the, assume that they've been identified as two of her brothers. Are these brothers that you met?
I believe so. They don't strike me as familiar. I didn't meet them more than 2 or 3 times, maybe.
All right. During the course of your relationship with Alissa, did you meet any of her girlfriends?
I don't know that they were just like her best friends, but just other people from our school that she would pal around with.
All right. So do you remember any of the names?
Off the top of my head, I don't.
How old were you when you and Alissa first started dating?
16.
Let me show you Exhibit 83. Do you recognize either of the two young ladies on the other side of Alissa?
I don't, but I feel like I've seen this picture before.
Now, how did you find out? Well, first of all, did anybody tell you or notify you that Alissa was missing?
When I left work that night, I had a message, a voicemail from Michael Turney saying she was missing or questioning if I knew where she was or if she was with me.
Did you ever go to her home after having received that message?
Not straight away. It would have been a few days after.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you remember what you did when you got there to the house a few days later?
I just remember, just being with Mike, trying to figure out what happened or, what's going on, and him kind of showing me, here's this, here's that, here's what I think happened, and we're trying to figure it out.
Okay. Well, what did do you remember what he told you? Here's what I think happened.
Well, he showed me a letter, told me that she had written a letter saying she was running away, she was not happy, walked me through her bedroom, showed me what was in there. I had questioned something about some camera equipment or some sort of surveillance thing. He showed me in his bedroom where there was a small TV monitor. Said that only is working for the outside camera that's on the patio or something like that.
Okay. Did you ever observe a surveillance camera located in the carport?
I knew it existed. I don't know that I saw it with my eyes.
And how did you know it existed?
Because Alissa had told me.
Did the defendant tell you that there was this
If
camera?
they were dating for so long, how did you not notice?
He did, yeah, because he had
if you
showed me
went over there
the
from
monitor
time
that
to
he
time.
was recording on.
Were you aware that there was a surveillance camera
Wouldn't
in
your
the
girlfriend confide to
air
you
conditioning vent?
at some point? She might not have come out and said it, but say like, things are really bad at home. My dad scares me. Can we hang out? I don't want to go back home.
Yeah.
Located
Yep.
in the living room.
Not until Detective Summersu had notified me
Yeah,
later.
still 1.25.
So at the time that you knew Alissa, you were not aware of that there was such a camera.
No.
And the defendant didn't tell you about that camera. Is
Correct.
that what I understand?
Correct.
Had Alissa, anytime prior to May 17th, confided in you that she was planning on running away anywhere, California or anywhere else?
No.
Objection, call for hearsay.
Overruled. The answer may stand.
One witness described it. She didn't know if they were on a break when she, but yeah.
Do you recall any argument that you might have had with Alissa at the
There are
home
no subtitles
after
available.
the defendant told you something in front of her?
Yes.
Do you remember when that happened?
Don't remember when.
Did it happen? Well, let me see. So assume her birthday was in early April. You've already told us when you recall the prom taking place, approximately. Was it before or after the prom?
I can't recall.
Did you, after that argument, did you and Alissa continue to see one another?
Yes.
What was it that prompted the argument?
That her stepfather had told me he had witnessed her with another boy, and I was jealous of whatever it was and trying to figure out what her side of the story was.
Alrighty. And so at some point, did you leave the house?
I did.
And did you drive away?
I did.
Now, assume for me that we have watched a video.
So the argument was
surveillance
after
video. You can hear tires squealing in the
adult
background. Do you think that might have been you?
It was.
So when you drove away, you were angry.
Yes.
That's
But,
not really what
did you and Alissa
the other
have
witness
offenses?
insinuated.
Yes.
Now,
No.
explain to us the last day of school, May 17th. Do you recall whether it was, first let me ask you, normally a regular school day for you, when would it end?
Around noon in the middle of the day.
And why was yours ending so early?
Our school had block classes. You could leave early in your juniors or senior years.
Or what do you, I don't know what that means, block classes. So
The older
Just finish
guy
up a 45-minute class. It's a 90-minute
described it
class.
as making
I'm not
out
sure
and heavy
the way it
petting.
all works out, but you could have a late arrival.
You
or early
interpret
dismissal
that as you
a
wish.
senior.
and what was Alyssa's typical school schedule?
She was in school all day.
Which would mean it would end about what time?
I think 2:30, 3 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Now, on May 17th, did you see Alissa at school?
I did.
Did you see her before class started?
Yes.
Did you have any discussion maybe about what you were going to do that day or the next day?
No.
Did she describe to you any plans that she had?
No.
If it is the last day of school, why wouldn't you talk about what's going on later with your boyfriend? Yeah, it doesn't sound like they were together at that time.
So at some point, that was before class started.
Correct.
Did you see her later that day?
I did.
You recall about what time?
Somewhere around 11 a.m.
And where did you see her?
She came into my classroom to tell me she was leaving.
Okay. Did she tell you who she was leaving with?
With her stepdad.
Did she tell you where they were going?
She did not.
Did you ever see Alissa Turney again?
Ever.
Have you ever heard her voice again?
No.
That was an oddly specific question. Instead of, did you ever hear from her again? Would have been a proper question. You asked,
Unless
did
they
you
know he
ever
got a
hear
phone
her
call.
voice again? That assumes
Unless-
a letter
Yeah.
Oddly specific question. Huh. I need to try to catch up as well. No, it's just me speculating.
I asked you about the surveillance camera in the carport. Do you recall there being a door that entered the kitchen area of the home from the carport?
Yes.
How many times would you say you were at that house?
30 or 40 times.
And when you would go to that house, how would you get into the house and how would you leave the house?
Always through that door.
The door in the carport.
30 or 40 times, and she never told you about
Can
the
you
other
describe,
camera?
were you ever in Alyssa's bedroom?
Yes.
Can you describe it for us just generally? What do you remember about her bedroom?
Standard bedroom,
yeah,
small window to the front of the house, sliding closet doors.
Okay. Did Alissa have a cell phone?
I don't know.
Did you have a cell phone?
I did, but only just to carry with work or something was not. Nobody had that number besides my parents or her, or very few limited people.
Well, did you ever communicate with Sarah on the phone? I mean, with Alissa on the phone?
Mostly on the house phone. I don't know. I can't recall talking to her on my cell phone.
When you went into the, did you say that the defendant took you into his bedroom?
Correct.
On the day that you went over there after you found out she was missing?
Correct.
And what is it that he showed you?
A TV monitor.
And could you see on the monitor, was it showing
I'm
you
desperately trying to catch up. We are
views of what
20 minutes behind.
the camera was looking at, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Oh, God. Let's call Brandon.
Did he ever discuss with you the fact
Nothing
that
is
phone calls
necessary. Nothing is
were
necessary.
being recorded?
No.
You were more
Just a
than
moment.
generous yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with it's happening with Harper. They're secretly married and he's helping her hide. Or my theory yesterday that the sister killed her and has been orchestrating this elaborate thing, which is what would happen in a Nora Roberts book. So it was lamb chop.
It's Cookie Monster.
Mommy.
Oh. He's not frozen. What's going on?
Just another question about that. So he showed you the monitor, and did he show you how he operated it?
I don't think so.
Did he tell you why he had such a monitoring surveillance system?
I'm sure he had some reason for it, but I don't recall.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Imbordino. Mr. Jackson, any cross-examination?
Oh, yeah. Come on, Lefty.
How are you doing,
Sir, you look like you can't be close
I
to
just want to ask you a few
schools.
questions, kind of about your relationship with Alissa.
Okay.
You were pretty jealous?
Maybe at 16 years old, I think everybody is.
You guys had a few fights, and most of them were over your jealousy, correct? That's what you told the detective?
Yes.
I want to ask you about Alissa working. Do you know about how long she worked for?
I don't remember if she had the job before we started dating, but I believe she was working most of the time I knew her.
Now, obviously, I think you said that at some point during that first semester, you guys started dating, correct? Does December 1st kind of ring a bell as May 1st being your 6-month anniversary, around the time of prom?
That's
seems about right.
About right, yeah.
And you believe she was working at that time, correct?
Correct.
And I want to ask you about, were you ever with her when she collected paychecks?
I don't have a strong memory of it.
Were you aware if she ever had a bank account?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the detective when you were interviewed that you did not believe she had a bank account and that she would cash her checks?
I don't recall.
And that she would keep her money in her purse?
I do not recall that.
Okay.
Now, you said you were unaware of whether she had a cell phone?
Correct.
So you don't remember communicating with her on that cell phone?
No.
On the day that Alissa ran away,
Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet.
Well, it looks like this guy told something completely different to the cops than the witnesses. Then again,
That doesn't
if
seem
they
to be
can't-
new.
yeah. So I really hope the prosecution can actually show there was a bank account. With $1,800 in. Yeah. All of a sudden, this information is contrary to the rest of them. Let's continue.
On the day that Alissa left the runaway note, you were at work, you believed?
Correct.
And you believe you received a call? You had a missed call from the home phone?
I don't know where the call came from, but the message was on my cell phone.
So you actually had a voice message?
Correct.
And when you got out of work, you listened to that voice message?
Correct.
And it was
Michael
telling you that Alissa had ran away or asking you if you knew where she was?
Could have been just, hey, this is Mike, give me a call, I need to talk to you. I don't remember the context of the message.
Okay. But at some point you did call him back?
Immediately.
And you guys had a discussion?
Yes.
Do you know how long that discussion lasted?
I don't.
5-10 minutes, or was it
5 minutes?
brief? Okay. And in that conversation, he told you that she left her runaway note?
I don't know if that's when I knew about the note.
Okay. But you knew that she had ran away?
I knew that she was not at home.
Okay. Did he ask you where if she was with you?
He did.
And you told him?
She was not.
And then you came over to the house. Did you come over to the house that night?
I don't think so.
Okay. At some point you did come over to the house, correct?
Correct.
And you actually took the necklace back that you gave her, correct?
Correct.
Where was that necklace?
On a nightstand next to her bed.
Okay. And so you took that. Did you tell anyone you were taking it?
Yeah, if they have broken up, all of a sudden the necklace makes sense that she left it behind.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that confuses me a bit is the phone and the bank account. Those are the two stronger pieces of evidence.
Yeah.
And maybe not even the phone at that particular time when they were you could still get along without them.
Yeah. Yeah, at that time, definitely. This is a strange case.
Do you know when that was?
Just in the few days after she went missing.
Okay. Now, you had more conversations with Michael as days passed, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, he actually gave you a phone number, correct?
He did.
And what did you do with that number?
I called it many times.
Who did you believe that number to be?
It's supposed to have been an aunt in California,
okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
You called that number, you left messages?
I did.
Anybody ever contact you back?
No.
Now, at some point, did you actually see?
Also very strange.
The note that was.
I can understand if the aunt didn't want to talk to the dad, but why didn't she want to talk with the boyfriend?
Unless that wasn't the number that he was given.
Yeah, but if he called and maybe she didn't have a voicemail or anything of the sort, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Left.
I did.
Do you know when that was?
It would have been the day I went.
That is
to the
correct.
house
Let's go, Brandon. My
to meet with Michael. And
daughter
talk
just
about it.
opened her first
Can
account.
you remember saying in an interview that it looked like her handwriting and it
We
sounded
still
like
haven't seen evidence of a bank account, so we don't know.
True.
You were asked on direct about whether she had ever talked about running away. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And your answer was?
No.
But she told you on other occasions that she didn't want to live with her dad, correct?
Correct.
So it's semantics.
Now you talked about the incident where you and Alissa got into an argument. She threw the phone. You were confronting her about cheating on you, correct?
Correct.
And you don't really remember when that was?
I don't.
Do you remember if it was before or after prom?
I believe it was before.
Did she ever admit to you that she was cheating?
She did not.
Did you think she was cheating on you?
No.
In any of your arguments that you had with Alissa, have you ever grabbed her violently?
No.
And in regards to the conversation you had with the detectives and a bank account, do you remember them asking you that question?
Yes.
But you don't remember what your answer was?
I believe I told him I didn't know about a bank account.
You said you didn't think so, correct?
Right, correct.
And that you believe she cashed her checks at Jack in the Box.
I thought so, yeah.
And she would keep her money in her purse.
Correct.
So you never went with her to a bank to cash checks, correct?
Not that I can remember.
And you guys, did you spend every weekend together?
Yes.
You didn't, there wasn't times that she went out on her own?
I can't recall.
Are you aware of an incident in May or April where she had a boy over at the house and they were making out?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Mordino, any
I
redirect?
thought he would be much more nasty.
I think we need an approach.
But okay,
You
it
wanna
was
be
a
on the
good
record?
cross.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Jamie, I have never heard of people cashing their checks at their jobs.
We haven't had cash check system in 50 years in Sweden. The union got an agreement with the employers organization that the employer deposits your paycheck directly into your bank account. They also pay their taxes. They also do everything. So once it's tax season here, we can log in, we can see, we can compare with our pay slips. And if it is correct, we sign it online and it's done. It's a 10-minute process here. How is the process in the United States, Chat and Mo?
Well,
Tax season.
You get
Counsel asked you
W-2s
if-
or 1099s. You get a bunch of paperwork. You have to take it to an accountant. It's just, it's a mess.
Well, I have to have it for business purposes. I do need accounting, but yeah, not for my personal paychecks.
You were aware of a bank account. You said you weren't. He asked you if you ever observed Alissa cash checks and keep money in her purse. I think your answer was, I never saw her cash checks. Did she carry a purse?
Not typically.
Did you see her with cash?
Sometimes, not an overwhelming amount of cash.
Okay, when you say overwhelming amount, what do you mean?
She wasn't walking around with thousands of dollars.
Okay, where would she keep it?
Pockets that I can remember.
Did she have a backpack?
Thousands of
Do you
dollars
recall?
are different than
School, I don't know.
$150. This is weird.
All righty.
But this is what happens when the case is over 20 years old. People don't remember.
Maybe I don't need to, but just to clarify something. So the necklace that you've described to us that you gave to Alissa for her birthday, you told us that she wore it constantly, correct? And so when you took the necklace, this was after she had been reported missing, correct? When you went over to the house after you'd been notified by the defendant that he couldn't find Alissa.
Correct.
And it was in her bedroom.
Yes. Yes.
And it was on the table next to the bed.
Yes.
And you took the necklace.
I did.
Did you keep the necklace?
For a while, yes.
Okay. Why did you take it?
It was my memory of her. It's something that I could reclaim and hold on to.
All right. That's all I had.
As a memory? That what? And he went over there, what? The same day or the day after? And he kept it as a memory? That's a weird answer. Isn't it? Am I off the rails here?
No, no one can remember anything. Or they take weird souvenirs like they were serial killers, allegedly.
Do I think he did it at 16, 17? Not really. But the case would be much stronger against him than the stepfather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you thought she was missing and she was never coming back, maybe I'd take the necklace. But
yeah. But that also tells a bit what the cops thought of it. Because it could have been evidence. Maybe there was blood on it. Maybe there was, I don't know. Yeah. We are only 17 minutes behind, so we are actually catching up a bit.
Yeah. No objection. Thank you, sir. You may be excused. And the state may call its next witness.
I am jumping ahead.
Stuart, Summersu, STU-ART,
Tracer Riker, you do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, if you'll please take
This
a walk
looks
up the
like
ramp
a
and have a
cop.
seat on the witness stand here to my right.
It can't be a medical examiner because there's no body or crime scene.
Mr. Bordino, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm going to let him, Your Honor, he's got a laptop that contains his police report, so I'm going to let him, if you don't mind, get set up.
oh, so he's one of the police that waited 7 years to investigate?
He was assigned 7 years later, I believe it was.
Oh, okay.
And then they took over and zoned in
Sure, I would
on
just ask that
stepdad.
if he's looking at it, referring to it, that he lets us know that he's looking at it.
He can only use his material to refresh his memory, not to read directly from it.
Thank you. Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Stuart Summersu.
Are you recently retired from the Phoenix Police
Spell it.
Yes, I retired in December of last year.
But are you
What did he say?
reemployed?
What was his last name?
I work
That's-
part-time for the National Criminal Justice Training Center. I teach missing person material throughout the United States. I also volunteer with Team Adam, which is through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Let's talk about your career as a police officer. When did you first become a police officer?
I joined the Phoenix Police Department in 1996.
And did you your retirement date, was that this year?
December of 2022.
So I would assume you attended the police academy.
Yes.
And what would have been your first duties as a police officer?
I was assigned as a patrol officer for about the first 10 years of my career.
Did you work in any particular area of the valley?
I started in Central City Precinct, which is kind of the downtown area. And then after that, I went up to Cactus Park Precinct, which is area of like 35th Avenue and Cactus. I was there for a year, then came back to Central City Precinct.
In the course of those 10 years, did you respond to any crime scenes where violence had been committed?
Yes, many of them.
Can you describe for us the kind of situations that you encountered?
It covered the gambit from
Closed captions unavailable.
homicides, shootings,
Sorry,
aggravated
Adriana.
assaults, sexual assaults, accidents, pretty much everything. Every bad thing, I went to.
Okay. As a patrol officer, did you ever have occasion to respond to a missing persons report?
Yes, that was a fairly common call we would go to.
And when you say
It's
fairly
weird that
common,
they didn't
what do you
ask
mean?
him to spell out his last name.
Almost every shift, there would be a missing juvenile, missing person report that would come in.
Yeah, maybe I should have limited it to And if we use the term juvenile here today, what would the age range be?
Under 18.
So if a person, is there a difference between a missing persons report and a runaway report for police officers?
I mean, they're all missing juvenile reports, but they can be classified or subtitled as a runaway juvenile. So a runaway juvenile is someone who's willfully left their home, and there's evidence that they have gone on their own free will. Whereas a missing juvenile report, there may not be an explanation for the disappearance.
When did you, at some point in your career, did you were you assigned to a missing persons unit?
Yes, in December 2007, I became a missing person detective for the city of Phoenix.
So for the first 10 years, you're a patrol officer. Where did you go after that?
That was the rest of my career, so about 15 years I spent as a missing person detective. And
describe for these folks, what did you do every day?
We received, it varied year to year, but on average about 7,000 missing juvenile reports a year. So I was one of a squad of detectives that handled those, and they would be assigned alphabetically by the missing person's last name. So in the 15 years I was there, I probably handled 10,000 missing juvenile reports.
So if an individual, let's say a parent makes a phone call to the Phoenix Police Department to say, my child has run away or my child is missing, I don't know where they are, what's their first contact?
Well, I mean, the report is filed through a police officer. It could be by phone or it could be in person. The officer takes the initial report. The missing person or missing juvenile gets entered into NCIC immediately.
And I didn't ask my question very well, I don't think. They call in. So where does their call get routed?
It comes through our 911 dispatch, and then it would be assigned to a dispatcher to send an officer out, or there's a callback center that would take sometimes reports by phone.
In this particular case, did you review the records?
Yes.
How was the initial notification made?
It was taken by a callback officer.
And would they prepare a report?
Yes.
And did they prepare a report?
They did.
What do those reports typically contain?
It contains a description of the missing person, the reporting party, basic details of the disappearance, any facts provided by the reporting party, any unusual circumstances, any information they provide.
We are.
So, would it include a description of the
16
child?
minutes behind, so it is today,
hair color,
this morning session.
Height, weight, any distinguishing features like scars or tattoos, that sort of thing.
Date of birth?
Yes.
Now, I think you may have mentioned this earlier. Once that report is taken, is there any sort of national database that information is put into?
Yeah, when somebody's reported missing to law enforcement, they are put into the NCIC, which is the National Crime Information Center. Basically, that's a database that all law enforcement uses. If they query somebody's name, it places an alert on that person's name, date of birth, so they will be informed that the person is missing.
In this particular case, did you become aware that the initial date of birth was incorrect?
Yes, in the initial report, it's incorrect, but it was correctly entered into NCIC.
All right. So let me just ask you a couple of questions about NCIC. So let's say that individual who's been reported missing is involved in an incident in California or New York or Florida or wherever, and a local police officer has their name, date of birth, that sort of information. Assuming they check, then am I understanding you to say that they would be alerted that this person has been reported missing?
Yeah, they would receive a notification either through their dispatch or through their mobile data computer that the person is reported missing. Also, NCIC will then alert the agency that filed the missing person report that, hey, this person's name was queried. The algorithm also allows for date of birth hits or sound-alikes.
What do you mean by sound-alikes?
If a similar name was ran, it would come up as a possible match to your missing person.
And then what would, let's say you got that notification, what would you then do?
You would look at it, see if it is the missing person. If there needs to be follow-up, to contact that agency, say, hey, did you contact this missing person? But it depends on how common the name is. If you have somebody named John Smith, you're going to get a lot of those coming in.
Okay. what would the in the course of your years in the missing persons unit, did you ever receive such notifications?
Yes, every day.
So let's assume that you got enough information that caused
No,
you to
we will be going
further
on
investigations
until
to see if this actually was
at least
the missing
lunch.
persons. How would you go about doing that?
Well, I mean, if we believed it was a valid query on our missing person, we would contact that agency. Typically, most agencies, when they contact a missing person, especially a missing juvenile, they will complete a report and notify. They'll send a teletype to us saying, "Hey, we had contact with this missing person." So then we would reach out. What was the circumstances? What happened to this person? What were they? What they were doing? If it's juvenile, they would be taken into custody. An adult, it's more of a check welfare situation.
Once you began working on an individual case of a missing juvenile, what would you
say that midnight Swedish
what would you
time is
normally
my
do?
cutoff point?
Let's say you had been notified of this particular report that Alissa Turney had allegedly run away, left a note that had come to your attention.
Typically for missing juvenile reports, we do a lot of research on the person because we're trying to understand why they went missing, why they disappeared. So obviously we do background checks through our databases to see if their name is inquired, if they've been involved in any other police incidents. We would do searches through social media, try to identify any accounts that are associated with them. After that,
15 minutes
once we
behind.
establish all the information is correct and
Plus
entered,
24, that's 45 minutes.
Typically, we would reach out to family.
So
in the absence of not
that
having
would
the missing
take us
person that
to
we can talk to,
9:30.
we want to try to gather as much information
Then
about
lunch.
the missing person. So we would talk to their family.
Now I'll keep going.
We would talk to their parents.
We can
siblings,
rewatch.
Distant relatives, aunts, uncles, grandparents. We would ask friends, romantic interests, coworkers, classmates. What we're trying to do is establish a life pattern to see if this disappearance is explainable. Have they ever run away before? Do they have medical issues? Are they suicidal? Is there something going on that would explain this disappearance?
Let me interrupt you just for a moment. In reviewing the case file in this case, the kinds of things you just described, were they done in 2001?
There's not much documentation. The detective back then wasn't really documenting what was being done, so I don't know.
So it wasn't done. Was it done the way you would have done it?
No, I would have handled this differently.
Who was that detective?
Detective Schoenfelder.
Is he retired now or no longer working for the department?
Yes, he's retired.
Would you have gone to the residence?
Yeah, that's something we often do. We would like to go to where the missing juvenile lives, see their room. We're looking for, again, information that will give us insight to who they are.
How's daughter?
This disappearance. So we look for diaries.
It's not a deep cut.
Anything that would indicate.
I worked at a pool for several years, and when you want to resurface and repaint the pool, you need to sandblast it. You cannot paint over loose, cracky paint. You can't paint over that.
Yeah.
Now, since I don't have dangly bits, the men in charge did not want to listen to me, so they have epoxied over chipped paint, and now it's peeled up, and people are cutting themselves everywhere.
Sue them.
Nicholas, I broke my ankle and got CRPS. The only way I'm suing them is if I get exempted from all HOA stuff.
Oh.
Like they have to disband the HOA.
It's the HOA. Okay. So that would be called the Peter principle. You get promoted until you reach your level of incompetence. And your HOA reached that fast.
They were not competent prior to, but they were better with people skills than me. I basically called everyone an asshole in my in my welcome letter because I didn't really want to run. So it could be that I was a little
David might be David. Call David. He can be your lawyer.
I don't want to. You know why I don't want to sue? Because I'm smart enough to know that I will be suing myself. And my neighbors are just buttholes enough to put it as a Marissa special assessment. And people know where I live.
Well, this guy is a cop.
Awesome.
Yeah, and he's testifying about him working for the missing juveniles, blah blah blah. Who used to work. He retired in December. That's some. This guy looks like he's 30, between, it can be 32 or 52. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But it's not fair. He can be retired from the police force.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's indulged in enough alcoholism, really.
Yeah.
You know, what their life is, what their life pattern is, and what's going on, who they're associating with. If there's a cell phone, we would like to look at that. Again, social media. Back in 2001, that wasn't really an issue, but nowadays it's more of an issue, and that gives you a lot of insight into somebody because people, you know, put a lot of their personal information, their personal activity onto their social media.
A few moments ago, you were giving some examples of how you would go about investigating a missing persons case, and I just want to ask you to go into a little more detail for these folks who might not be familiar with some of the ways in which you go about doing that. So, entering them into the NCIC database is not the only thing you do.
Yes, there's other databases. There's a database called NamUs, which is the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. That came into place in 2007. It's a database for missing persons and unidentified remains that are in the United States. We also do media outreach. We utilize the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. NCMEC is its acronym. And they are a organization started by John Walsh in the 90s. They work closely with law enforcement. They have a national media platform, so they'll create bulletins. They have access to a lot of databases to check records and things like that. I mean, we are also making checks with Social Security Administration to see whether the person's used their Social Security. We're checking financial records, telephone records, that sort of thing.
So what's an offline search?
An offline search is, so if you were stopped by the police or you're part of an investigation and they query your name. So if you're in a traffic stop and the officer goes back to his car, typically he's running a criminal records check through NCIC. So that gets logged with the FBI CJIS. And so they maintain a record of any query of a person, vehicle, serial numbers, that sort of thing.
Sir, if you could do me a favor, get a little closer.
Sorry.
To the microphone.
I know, was he in a gun or a stolen item or something like that? And they can go back and check those back to 1990.
In 2001, were those offline searches available?
Yes.
And you said you would typically check with Social Security Administration. Were you provided was the department provided a Social Security number for Alissa?
Yes.
Now, when were you first assigned to this investigation?
September of 2008.
And would you had a sergeant in charge of that unit?
Yeah, Sergeant Brian Chapman was my supervisor.
So would he have assigned the case to you?
He approached me with the case and said it was going to get assigned to Detective Anderson, but that I would be assisting him.
All right. So both you and Detective Anderson began working on it in, did you say 2007?
2008.
2008, I'm sorry. When you got assigned the case, then what sort of documents did you have to review, if any?
I reviewed the case file, which contained a number of, the basic report and the supplements, and contained some letters from Michael Turney in it. And there was flyers from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and basic parts of the investigation.
No, you're not going on the keyboard.
Yeah, but that would be at least 50. I don't see him as a 50-year-old. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe he started fresh out of high school.
You can do that?
I don't know. Maybe back then you could.
In Sweden, it's a 2 or 3 year university. training.
His wife picked out a matching tie.
You mentioned a moment ago that in reviewing the case file that you observed some documents, communications, I think you said, from the defendant to the police department.
Yes.
Did you observe a letter from the defendant
expressing
his appreciation for Detective Schoenfelder and Sergeant Bob White?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
In Sweden, it is 5 semesters. So unless they are really fast, it's 2.5 years to be a cop in Sweden.
Yes, this is the letter that was in the case file.
Hi, Flux.
Hello.
Yeah.
Objection from the defense.
I will be redirecting you to Flux once we're done. I know it's 5 hours away, so I will actually go on as long as I can.
Exhibit 111 is admitted.
As long as I can keep being awake.
Angela will need the visualizer.
The visualizer?
Visualizer? Is that...
I have no idea. Flux, we definitely need to do a cross stitch and painting stream where we explain how David's wrong about Star Wars.
For the record, I'm
maybe
explaining.
No, but now I'm forever going to call them visualizers.
Exhibit 111, 2-page letter. Oh. There are numbers at the bottom.
It's the overhead.
001900, 001901. You recognize this letter, correct?
Yes.
And Detective Schoenfelder, again, was whom?
He was the original detective assigned to the case.
Who would Sergeant Bob White have been?
He was a missing person sergeant at the time.
When you and Detective Anderson were assigned the investigation and reviewed the case file, did you observe any information contained in the case file as to whether or not Alissa had been seen by anyone, heard from by anyone since May 17th of 2001?
I know, was that Comic Sans?
Were you made aware of the defendant reporting having received a phone call from California?
Yes.
And that call, in this particular letter, he's referencing his attempts to obtain information from where that call came from, what the number was, correct?
Yes.
Was there any sort of recording of such a call in the case file?
No.
Let me ask you to assume, I don't remember the exhibit number, it's in evidence. At some point, did you see the original and or a copy of a note reportedly left by Alissa in her bedroom on May 17th?
Yes.
Was the note in the case file?
A copy of it was.
Not the original?
No.
Did you ever obtain the original?
Yes.
When did you obtain the original?
December of 2008.
Did you do any the types of searches that you have described to us that you would typically do for someone like Alissa, the offline search, the ways you would go about trying to find any information about her? Did you do that when you were assigned the case?
Yes, we did a complete search for Alissa through our criminal databases, the national databases through the FBI, also through information sources that, there's companies out there that collect information about people through applications of jobs, of financial records, things like that. So there's no trace of her after May 17th.
And has that been done? I mean, do you just do it once?
No, we repeatedly do it. And again, NCIC, she's listed in NCIC, so any query by her name prompts a notification to us and a notification to the querying agency.
So has the Phoenix Police Department ever received any information about Alissa being seen, heard, found since May 17th?
No.
Oh, thank you.
Any record of her having a job anywhere?
No, her social security number was only used for the Jack in the Box job and hasn't been used since.
When you and Detective Anderson were assigned the case, did you make an effort to contact Michael Turney?
No, he actually had named Sarah as the family contact and indicated he didn't want contact.
Did you contact Sarah?
Detective Anderson did, yes.
Did you ever meet Michael Turney?
I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's seated at the defense table wearing a blue suit.
When did you first meet him in person?
I met him, I believe, in September of 2008 when Detective Anderson and Detective Bruhal and I went to the house on a meeting to look at Alyssa's possessions.
How was that meeting arranged?
Through Sarah.
So you go to the house now, and did you realize that by that point in time, the defendant and Sarah had moved across the street?
Yes.
From the original house where Alissa was living?
Yes.
So you show up at the door. What happens?
We are invited into like the entryway, and there is a plastic tub there, and we were told that that's what's left of Alyssa's possessions, and that we can look through it.
Were you expecting more?
Yeah, we had brought a truck and 3 detectives.
You hadn't done shit for 7 years.
Evidence to pick up and go through.
Why would
you don't get to complain about what they saved when you don't do shit for 7 years.
That was
Yeah.
So it wasn't a communication that you had received personally?
No.
In any event, you get this, there's a tub. Like what size?
I don't know what the dimensions were, but basically a large box, maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, plastic, kind of plastic tote you would get at a Walmart, that sort of thing.
What was in it?
There were Alyssa's yearbooks, a few items, toy items and things like that. Not really that much.
Were you provided any surveillance videos?
Yes, surveillance videos were provided to us.
At that time?
I'm not quite sure if it was that particular visit. I believe there was one provided at that time.
And did you watch the video?
Yes.
Oh, and the gray cat is Cheddar.
Well, there's 2 videos that were provided to us during these couple weeks. One was an argument between John and Alissa, or was described as an argument between John and her boyfriend and Alissa. And the other one was a video of Alissa, I guess, making out with a boy in the house.
Were you?
You got a super chat.
Did you ask for did the subject video from the day of May 17th come up in that meeting?
Thank you, Kerry Crown, for your very generous super chat, $20. Glad I caught you live twice today. Oh, you were on Just Stream. Okay. I appreciate all your hard work and commentary. Keep on doing you. I will try. And chat, if you believe I'm going off the rails and not acting like me, it's probably because drink. And yeah. But I'm quite sure the chat will let me know if I'm starting to act weird.
We will. Usually you start kind of singing a bit.
Okay. Let's go on with the trial.
Yes, We were told that there was video surveillance of the day she went missing, and that 8 hours of it had been reviewed. We wanted to see that video to see.
Don't stop the buffering, please.
Coming home, her leaving, what she was wearing, that sort of thing.
Okay. Did you receive such a video?
No.
Did you ask for it?
Yes.
What was the response?
I believe he said he didn't have it anymore.
Now, having watched the two videos that you were provided, why would you have liked to have had the one from the day she went missing?
The videos we were provided showed that there was internal camera and an external camera. So the internal camera appeared to be an event in the living room area, which is the main thoroughfare of the house. In the video, you could see, and there was sound to it. Theoretically, that video would show her coming home with her father on the day she went missing, him leaving, her leaving.
Thank you so much, Soulsuflay. Thank you for your $5 super chat.
Covered the carport area, so it covered the main thoroughfares of the house.
My token of support.
Did you ask
Thank you
inquire
for
in this
showing up.
particular meeting if
Much
there was a
appreciated.
recording of this phone call from California?
I didn't personally ask that, Detective Anderson.
All righty. How long were you at the house that day?
It was a very brief meeting. We're probably there 15 minutes, 20 minutes at most.
Now, did you go back to the neighborhood after that day?
Yes, we did a canvass of the neighborhood, which is basically it's a search for witnesses or people with information. So since we were in the neighborhood, as a courtesy, we stopped by the attorney house to let them know we would be in the neighborhood and handing out flyers and talking to people.
Did he invite you in?
No, he met us at the door.
Did he say anything to you as you were leaving?
He said he wanted a resolution to this by November, or he would take some kind of...
Stop it. I have plenty of buffering. Okay, we are going back to normal.
A legal action.
Nope.
So you did a canvass of the neighborhood. Describe what that is.
A canvass is we send a team of detectives. I think we had about 12 detectives who had missing person bulletins. And basically you knock on every door in the neighborhood looking for witnesses, if people might have information, people who might have known Alissa. We actually did two canvasses in this case. We did a canvas in that neighborhood and then a previous neighborhood that she used to live at on Via Rita.
Speculation. Pure speculation. If she wanted to disappear, would she have taken the tape? Would she have stopped recording?
Possibly.
Pure speculation, not in evidence. Don't take my word for it, just speculating.
Well, I mean, the kids have testified that they turned it on and off to talk to their mother and other things. So unless he changed that up to where he didn't. Oh, never mind. He just said that he got rid of the tape, according to Nanya.
Okay, did I miss that? Let's go back a bit. And buffering. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Nanya, for keeping me in check. Oh, for 2.5 hours in, for fuck's sake.
You did a canvass of the neighborhood. Describe what that is.
A canvass is we send a team of detectives. I think we had about 12 detectives who had missing person bulletins. And basically
7 years later, you canvassed the area. Yeah, I'm sure you found lots of stuff.
People who might have known Alissa.
Oh my gosh.
We actually did two canvases in this case. We did a canvass in that neighborhood and then a previous neighborhood that she used to live at on Via Rita.
And were both of those done in 2008? You know, or Or
Yes.
had such a canvass of the neighborhood been done previously?
How far back was that?
After May
Help
17th,
me out here.
2001.
Not that I'm aware of.
So in fairness, canvassing the neighborhood
We don't need
7
to
years later,
I trust my chat to correct me.
one might assume that you're not going to get as much information as you might have 7 years ago.
That's correct. Yeah. People's memories fade, people move from the neighborhood and all that, but we wanted to make sure we exhausted any possible witnesses that might be out there if they still had information.
Oh, yeah. Tiny grifting time. This is my one merch. A cup with this channel's motto: you can't unfuck a clusterfuck. Back to the trial.
You know, Judge,
You motherfucker.
I know we needed to address some issues.
What's going on?
I think we could address some of them now. But
Okay.
the other thing I need to do is I've not learned how to use this. I think there's a CD player here, and I haven't learned how to use that yet. So
Cheetos.
Okay.
He's like,
Got a
I don't
couple of
understand.
CDs I need to be able to play.
Okay. So we'll send the jury to lunch. We'll ask you to be back at 1:15 since we're breaking for lunch a little early. You can leave everything in the courtroom if you'd like. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. Jury's now excused.
Okay. They have stuff to say. So let's. But first, I just want to show you this. I have 31. Yeah, upload is a bit not good.
Oh.
Download is decent. Nothing here says, and this is during the stream. So this should be a lot. This would have been a lot better if I had only that tab up. There's nothing wrong with my internet. The buffering is something else than me. Yeah, and CD players has been around for quite some time. The word bra in Swedish means good.
Please be seated.
Sorry, I apologize. I had neglected to think that I needed to practice on the CD player. So
let the record reflect the presence of counsel and the defendant. The jury is not present. Do you still want the witness on the witness stand, or
he can be excused?
All right. Sir, you're free to step down. We'll ask you to be back at 1:15, please.
Yeah, and Stu, if you'll wait outside, I appreciate it.
Leave this stuff here.
Sure. Right. I think it'll be safe.
Yeah, and in a few hours, Sal will give us. Hopefully, Sal can give us a report of, because he will go there after lunch, and then he can give us a report once he has been there. And if you see here.
I thought that there was something we could do before lunch. Now I'm remembering you haven't watched the flash drives yet.
How long will it take me?
There, if you recall the PowerPoint, each clip is pretty short.
Thank you, Brandon.
Okay. Well, why don't we just take a quick break? I'll listen to them, and then I'll come back.
Thanks.
All right. We'll take a brief recess.
You are extremely generous, Brandon, and I'm sure my liver will be fine.
We need to review the transcript to give the redaction.
Seems like it will be.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and for Sal, to give him gas money and a cup of coffee, please send him a few bucks on his Cash App, if you feel for it. No oblige, he's going there anyway, but yeah. Oh, it's Daddy Talk, not Daddy Talks. Okay. Thank you, Gigi. Okay, can we please skip forward? Oh, that was a extremely short break.
I thought that was lunch break. Or did he have to listen to all the...
We're back on the record. Let the record show the presence of counsel and the defendant. The court has now viewed the 3 clips in exhibit
They
number
must have
98. 2 of them are video clips. 1 is an audio
because
clip.
That was an extremely quick lunch.
Well, just so the record is clear, the two video clips which contain audio are part of the primetime broadcast. I did play those in my opening statement.
I might know why he got a smile from the defendant. Sal probably sat on the defendant's side of the...
People at Court TV are like, the hell is wrong with this guy?
Yeah. So if Sal is sitting behind the defendant looking at the jury, then, the defendants probably think he's there for him. Nobody tells Sal. Nobody tells Sal this. Oh, it would be amazing.
Court TV is going to be like, the defendant had one supporter there all the time.
What?
The court TV is going to be like, the defendant had one ardent supporter that was with him the whole time.
Yeah, and who kept trying to flirt with the female lawyer. Sal is probably, if this is after their lunch or something of that sort, Sal drove there after his lunch. So I'm not exactly sure if he already got there or not.
That based upon previous rulings
Nobody's tell this to Sal.
When Mr. Kionis,
I can't wait till Court TV interviews him.
Asked him, did you molest Alissa? The defendant's response, and I included his response denying it, but I think because of the contract and because of the rulings, that the nature of their relationship and his concern about being accused of being molested is relevant. I specifically, you've not seen the entire.
Why did you lower the?
For the record, if you watch the entire broadcast, they obviously interviewed.
Jesus Christ. And I showed you, there's nothing wrong with my internet. Look here, there's plenty of buffering. This must be something with between StreamYard and YouTube and thing, because I know Jeff has the exact same problem.
Some of the claims that we've heard about that we've not been allowed to get into because they're hearsay. So I purposely avoided any of that background information. The defendant, in response to Mr. Quiones, says that's just rumors and innuendo, but Mr. Quiones did not refer to them. The defendant did. In any event, the audio clip.
Stop touching the
counsel,
microphone. It's not your husband's.
It's only audio because when you watch the original broadcast, he is being interviewed while he is awaiting trial on the federal charges.
Oh.
And at the end of the broadcast, it becomes very apparent, at least to me, it might not have been to the jurors, that he is wearing prison garb, so to speak. So I purposely did not try to play the video or show the video. Only the audio, Mr. Quiones asking him, would you be willing to talk to detectives? And the defendant says, I don't remember his exact words. Basically, I've said I'll talk to them. I don't remember exactly, but his offer to speak with them. In response to that, a phone call was made to the defendant asking to talk to him about Alissa, and he declined to talk about Alissa. He was in custody when they called on the federal charges. He obviously had a right to not talk to the police about the federal charges, but he just declined to talk about Alissa, not about they weren't trying to talk to him.
Doesn't he have the same right to decline to talk about?
Anyway.
Yeah, they are trying to get the allegations of SA in, but
So you're seeking to admit all 3 clips.
Yes, sir.
And in regard to the audio clip where he says that he would talk to detectives, were you then going to follow up with questions to a witness where they tried to interview him and he declined?
Yes.
Okay. I now understand what you're asking and what is the defense position.
On the clip about the interview, do you want to start with that one?
Where you will start wherever you'd like.
Sure. The problem with the clip from the interview about asking Mike if he would consent to an interview is that it's essentially a backdoor way for the state to be able to comment on Mike's silence. As Mr. Imbordino stated, Mike did invoke his right to remain silent when the police reached out to him while he was in custody. The case law is very clear that even if you're in custody, even if it's for something else and the police contact you and you say you don't want to talk to them, they must honor that. Implicit in the Miranda warnings are that your silence will not be used against you. The state is trying to backdoor this in to somehow insinuate that he wasn't cooperating. They can't introduce it in their case in chief. That's defense's position.
All right. And then what is the defense position?
And Judge, I believe that Mr. Imbordino also sent over Judge Ryan Tuhill's ruling to you as well. And in her ruling, her ruling was that the state could not comment on, or essentially that they could only talk about pre-Miranda statements or cooperation with the police. Mr. Turney was Mirandized in 2008 after he was arrested subsequent to the search warrant. He unequivocally invoked his right to counsel at that moment, and then again he invokes his right to remain silent. It's inappropriate.
And then what is your position in regard to the 2 video clips?
The other 2020 clip where he's asking him about molest, again, defense objects to that. I mean, we objected on the record when it was played. However, the problem with that clip is that it specifically references rumors. Those rumors were limited out for a reason, because they're hearsay. And it's frankly 404B evidence, a back way of getting in 404B evidence without having to go through the procedural requirements of presenting that to a jury. The problem is also in that interview, the host asks him, now there are rumors that you molested Alissa. Did you molest her? Like those are from his very mouth. It's not just from his mouth. So the problem is, it's not just a question, did you molest Alissa? It's speaking about the rumors, the exact acts which were eliminated out in this case.
All right. And then do you have a position on the third clip, which is asking why the tapes don't, why didn't you provide any video of the day she disappeared or recordings? I think that was...
We didn't get that one.
Mr. Umbordino, wasn't that the second video clip?
What? It wasn't in your PowerPoint. There was only 2 clips in your PowerPoint.
That's what he's... It's in the PowerPoint. They've been provided a copy of the primetime broadcast. So...
Yeah, but we don't...
I guess
we're not sure which clip that is.
So we'll
watch
I'm
it.
confused on what they're asking this time.
Watch the video clip. It's only a minute long.
So
Lefty is not happy.
Yeah.
Why does this prosecution seem so damn greasy and shady?
Because they probably know without the essay allegations, they probably have not, then this is all their entirety of the case. A rumor of essay.
I think it's number 1. I think it's the clip that's numbered number 1.
And did you now try to sneak in one via PowerPoint?
No, not that one. Oh yeah, it is that one.
Oh, that's the one.
Turn off the mic when you're listening to this, for God's sakes, counselor. Sorry, do have some. Even though I'm Swedish, I do have some ethics. If you really want to hear, you have to go to Law and Seaward. Okay, they're done.
His answer. I mean, I guess I have an objection that I guess it cuts off his answer. I mean, it's basically the narrator's question instead of his answer.
It's argumentative.
It ends, so the clip is cut off before Mr. Turney answers the question. So that entire clip is mostly the narrator testifying. So I would object to that because it doesn't, if the purpose is his answer, then play the answer. And I don't know what that clip is, if there's a reason why they cut that off. But this is the narrator, who's not a witness in this case, testifying. So I would object to this.
All right. So, Mr. Imbordino, I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
That's sneaky.
Well, if they want to play more of the broadcast, they're welcome to do it. They have a copy.
Oh, this is so sneaky. They want to play 35 seconds of the reporter asking about the allegations of SA, but they cut out when he denied it. And now they are saying, but they can play it in their case in chief. No, you have the burden of proof. They don't. This is not how it is supposed to be.
This man was there when the Magna Carta was enshrined. How has he forgotten all of this?
Yeah.
You've listened to or viewed the video. Mr. Keonis does not refer to rumors. The defendant does. That evidence has been ruled admissible by Judge Ryan Toohill. As to the, so let me put this in perspective. It's correct that after the search warrant in 2008, they asked to talk with the defendant about Alissa. He invoked. This broadcast is in 2009, a year later, approximately. The defendant, as the court well knows, somebody can invoke, but once time passes,
Stephanie,
you have a right
to
attempt to talk to them again. They can invoke again if they wish not telling you anything you don't know. So almost a year had passed. Not only that, it's the defendant who is initiating. He is saying, I will talk to them.
Isn't this
So
just like when they tried
they're
to
not
bring
the ones
stuff
that
in
initiated
against
this.
Kyle Rittenhouse because he did interviews and
Yeah.
like he did one interview and Binger's like, well, he talked about it, so he undid his right to silence.
Yeah, if MG Law, if you're available tomorrow, I would be glad to have you on. Or I might even be able to send you a link so you can actually talk about it. Do I have you on Twitter? Yes, I do. If you have the time, Mr. MG Law, I will send you the link. I don't care if you say otherwise. I will still send you the link. Bum, bum, bum. Ta-da! Unfortunately, I am at office today and can't join, and tomorrow I'm in court all day. Okay, damn it.
Dang it.
You will have to. We will have to have him just in chat.
Attempted conversation. The defendant offered to do it. They followed up on that. He declined.
All right. So as to the audio clip, which is the defendant offering to talk to detectives, the court's going to sustain the objection on that one. It's either directly an invocation of his Miranda right or about as close as you can get. And so I'm ruling that that one is not admissible. The clip about the defendant not providing tapes, the clip about the tapes, I think it's numbered as number 1. I find that that is admissible if the defendant believes it's incomplete and wants to provide a more complete version. You can absolutely make that request. But at least for purposes of what the state is asking, I find that that clip is admissible. The second clip that was Mr. Turney denying any molestation. We've talked about this several times, and I've made my ruling several times. Judge Toohill did definitely address that the nature of their relationship was admissible. I have already ruled that the defendant denying molesting Alissa is admissible. The only reason that molestation is in the case is because it's part of the contract that he created. So if it was anything other than him denying molesting, this would be a different conversation and a different ruling. But I have considered the probative value and the danger of unfair prejudice. I'm going to allow the admission of the 2 video clips with the understanding the defense may ask to admit a longer, more complete video clip, and the audio clip is inadmissible. Any questions about the court's ruling?
Unfuck a clusterfuck.
Pretty much.
All right. Anything else we can talk about before we break for lunch?
Just an allegation of SA is highly prejudicial.
Yes.
The allegation alone. Then you have this, of course, a molester would deny it. Or if he says, yes, yeah, he's a molester. The problem here is it's a TV interview. And as Dirk says, we can't know how the TV edited the interview. Yeah, because if you all remember the Amber Heard interview on whatever channel it was, they cut up that interview severely to make it. I don't know if they made it better or worse, but they from the first broadcast to the second broadcast, they edited the living crap out of that one. Yeah, I agree with MG Law. They have to admit the entire, and then yeah, but judge ruled.
Exhibit 91 yet?
Is the phone call?
Phone call.
We have to go through that.
When you say we have to go through that, do you mean you're not ready to argue it yet?
It's the difference. I'm ready to
Oh,
discuss
okay.
it. That's
Sorry.
the phone call.
Oh,
with Lynette and Alissa.
another one. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Imbardino, you're going to seek to admit a recording, an audio recording of a phone conversation between Alissa and her aunt.
Correct.
All right. And what is the objection?
It's hearsay, Your Honor. It's not in close in time. There's no exceptions. They're just trying to get her statements out and Lynette's statements out.
All right. And what is the state's response to that?
Basically, the same response I gave earlier for the same kind of phone call. There is a discussion, well, you heard it. So there's a discussion that about the relationship between Alissa and her father. And Lynette is, I think, telling her, you know, you can always call me. So,
I'm going to kill him, allegedly.
quite frankly, not sure why they're objecting to it. I mean, they want everyone to believe that she ran away to California. I mean, but again, I think it goes to her state of mind at the time. They're obviously talking.
And Mr. Imbardino, what was the time? I don't know that I know when that call was made.
Yeah, well, we don't have an exact time because these recordings were not, they were on a cassette tape, which didn't have, dates.
Well, then you have the burden of proof to prove that it was in close proximity.
Possession during the search warrant.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to think about that one. My only first of all, I agree with the state that I'm not sure why the defense is objecting it. The call seems to support the defense theory of the case.
But if you,
hold on. You don't have to answer that.
No, but because it actually is something that is derogatory that's brought up in there that makes there's a allegation of racism and that because the person was black. I mean, there's a lot of things that makes it highly prejudicial and more prejudicial than probative. And it's hearsay.
I agree with Mr. Imbardino that the call does have Alissa talking about her relationship with her father. So for that reason, the court would be inclined to admit it, but because we don't know the time frame, I'm unsure. And Mr. Imbardino, is it your position that we're never going to know the time frame?
It is an edited version of this phone call. Eventually, the
edited
defendant gets
version
on the line and talks to
Oh, for the love
Aunt
of
Lynette.
God.
It's about an hour and a half long. I'll have to look at the transcript again to see if
Nicholas, this isn't
anything
right,
that
is
he
it?
says
I mean,
during
I'm
that
confused.
part of the conversation, because they talk about a lot of things
they're at lunch.
not really relevant to this particular case. They're more about problems the defendant is having. So that's why I edited it. I'll see if I can find some reference that gives us a clue. I will let you know.
All right. Well, my rulings up to this point have tried to limit the evidence regarding their relationship to at or near the time she disappeared, and I intend to be consistent. So until the state can give me some additional information as to the time frame, I'm going to deny admission, subject to the request being re-urged if you have additional information.
Thank you.
Anything else before we break for lunch?
No.
All right. We'll see you at 1:15.
Okay. And they are still at lunch. Going live. Yep. Let's boom, boom. Because I know that there is a bunch of people who are normally not here. So I want to play the cross-examination of this witness. This witness is a friend of the family. And as you heard from the previous boyfriend, he was quite exact in what he knew at the time, and suddenly he had a memory loss at cross-examination. So I want you to listen to this one.
And have you done anything since that time in an attempt to locate or hear from Alissa?
When Google became a thing, I started to look for her name and search her name and see what I could find out. And
this is not a cross-examination.
John
this is the
eventually
end
on
of
MySpace, I think. Yes, over the years, I've made attempts to see what I can find out.
Okay. And since May 17, 2001, have you ever heard from Alissa?
No.
And have you ever seen Alissa again?
No.
No additional questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Cross-examination, Mr. Jackson.
And chewing gum in court. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My understanding is that you met Alissa when she was a freshman at Barry Goldwater?
I believe so.
And you would have been a junior that year?
I would have been a sophomore. I was a sophomore when I met her.
She was
I think we're a year apart.
1 year apart. Okay. Would you have graduated from Barry Goldwater the year she disappeared?
Yes.
And you would regularly see her till the end of her sophomore year?
Correct? That's right.
And that would have been the end of your junior year?
That's right.
The last time you saw Alissa was about 6 months before she ran away, correct?
Roughly, yeah. It was when I was employed at Susie Mama Bear. And the time period for that is a little hairy for me, but it would have had to have been prior to February of that year.
Is that when you quit that place?
That's right.
Okay. So at some point, she came to visit you, and this was a short, brief 5-minute encounter.
Yeah.
For reference, she's a friend of the family, a friend of Alissas, and she's an office manager. I don't know if that will tell you anything, but I'm not sure if she's an office manager of a call center or just generally an office manager. But, yeah.
And you never saw her with her again after that?
That's right.
You described Alissa as a loving person?
Yes.
You also told Detective Anderson she could be mischievous?
Not in a harmful way, sure.
You told her she was mischievous. That's what you told the detective.
Yeah,
correct?
that's the word I chose. That's right.
You told him she was boy crazy?
I said that,
No.
Detective Anderson. I think that every 16, 17-year-old girl's a little boy crazy, but I wouldn't say that it was anything out of the norm.
Okay. You said she was a party girl and loved to go out?
I said that she was a party girl and loved to go out. Well, I don't recall saying that, but I don't see why I would, because we didn't really have any means to go out.
Did you ever describe her as a space cadet?
Probably.
I don't remember. I don't recall referring to her as a space cadet.
Yeah. Remember that the defense attorney is more or less reading from the transcript from the police interview.
Could she be a space cadet? I mean, those were your words.
Maybe after we smoked a joint.
Oh, for the love of Cheetos.
she didn't talk about future plans with you. She kind of lived in the moment, I think is what you told the detective.
She did discuss future plans with me.
You told the detective that she didn't talk about future plans and she lived in the moment.
I need a little more context to really reveal to you why I have said that exactly. But she did speak to me about future plans.
Okay. It was your observation that Sarah and Alissa were treated differently, correct?
Yes.
Sarah got positive attention?
Correct.
Alissa got negative attention?
Not always, but for the majority of the time, yeah.
But that's what you told the detective. They were treated differently. Alissa got negative attention, correct?
She got, yes, negative attention.
But Alissa did get some positive attention.
Yes.
When she was behaving and doing good.
That's an opinion.
For the love of God.
Well, when she was, at times she was allowed to go out with her friends, correct?
Yeah.
She went over to your house?
Yeah, she was allowed at my house.
She was allowed to go to school dances?
Yeah, that's actually one of the things that we were allowed to do and enjoyed quite much.
In regards to the
field dances.
Sorry. In regards to negative attention, is it possible the negative attention was because she was misbehaving?
I do not believe so.
Doing drugs?
I do not believe so.
Drinking?
I do not believe so.
She was sneaking out?
I don't know about that.
She was doing poorly in school?
I don't know about that either.
You were at the Turney home several times, correct?
A couple.
You even spent the night once?
Once, yeah.
Were you aware of contracts that Mr. Turney had Alissa sign?
Because she had
I'm asking
informed
you,
me, yes.
are you aware?
I am aware.
Are you aware of a contract that he had your parents sign?
He attempted to, but they did not oblige.
Were you present when that took place?
I was not.
Okay, so you don't have any knowledge of what went on with that conversation except for what your mom may have told you?
What my mom did tell me.
But I'm not going to ask you, you're not allowed to say what other people say. So you don't have any personal knowledge of those contracts?
No.
Did you ever see them?
I did not see them.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Bailey, any redirect?
One moment, Your Honor.
She is. I'm not a body language guy, but she really thinks she did good in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, crap. Hey, Brandon. Yeah. You are extremely generous, Brandon, and let's switch to good stuff here. Highland Park 12. Now, thank you, Brandon. Cheers. Oh. Yeah, we can check that too. Yeah, who I would say she's looking at the defendant when she winks.
I have no follow-up questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? It appears that there are none. May the witness be excused.
The witness may.
Any objection?
That was, according to herself, Alyssa's best friend.
Alissa has a lot of best friends.
Yeah, who admits the smoking a joint together. Who, in a police interview, called her boy crazy, but for her, it wasn't not out of the ordinary for a teenage girl to be a little boy crazy. That might be so, or it might be her preference. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to play that. This was the most extreme changes between direct examination and cross. But
yeah,
possibly. But yeah.
well, it's just
But
like the
that's
Travis
even-
Rudolph case, where the witnesses sunk that prosecution. These witnesses are not at all credible. I'm sorry, they're just not. I mean, I know she's 100% right with the way teenage girls react, but the way she reacted on cross and how smugly and sassy she was.
Yeah, and the jury saw that, probably. Yeah. Let's see. Still not back from court. Let's see if we can play someone else to compare with from day 3. Just as a comparison. Now let's play her direct so you can see how she acts. Is that her? No, that's the sister. But let's
They
play.
do look very similar.
Let's play how she acts on direct, so you can see the difference. Because I know a bunch of you are new here.
You're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So I hope you got.
And then right.
Yeah, that might be my fault. I just. Oh, come on.
And you'll see that little black microphone there. If you can just make sure you're speaking into that. Thank you. Mr. Bailey, whenever you're ready, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Charity, can you please introduce yourself to the jury? And I forgot to note that you have a name change. So if you could provide your name back in 2001 and then now as well.
Okay, so I'm Charity Robinson when I knew Alissa, and Charity Bren this day. And I was friends with Alissa.
Okay.
Yes, this is in Arizona.
What do you do right now for work?
I'm an office manager.
And do you live locally?
I live in Surprise.
Okay. Where did you grow up?
Mostly in Arizona. I was born in Utah, but I've lived the majority of my life here in Arizona.
All right. So did you live back in Arizona back in 2001?
I did.
And did you live in Arizona? At what point did you move from Utah to Arizona?
At the age of about 2 years old.
Right. Did you do a police interview in 2008?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember talking about how you knew Alissa?
I do.
How'd you meet Alissa?
Through a mutual friend that attended the same school as us.
Okay. And approximately what age were you when that happened?
I'm a little bit hairy on that because I want to say that it was at least for my sophomore and junior year, but it may have only been just before my junior year and then throughout my junior year. But it would have been her freshman, sophomore time frame.
Okay, so can we take that to mean that you were a little bit older than Alissa?
Yes, a couple of years older.
And we'll have to be careful. I do it often, not speaking over each other because this young lady in front of us has to take down everything we say. So we'll just be careful about not doing that.
Okay.
All right. Now, do you know what schools Alissa went to as far as high school?
The only two that I'm aware of are Barry Goldwater and Paradise Valley.
All right. And did she go to Barry Goldwater before she went to Paradise Valley?
As far as I understand.
Okay. What high schools did you go to?
Just Barry Goldwater.
All right. So you said you're not entirely sure when you met Alissa, but it was when you were in high school?
I apologize. I remember when I met her.
Okay.
I just don't remember the timing exactly. A mutual friend of ours had brought her over to my house. I think it was my birthday party, and that's why I believe it could have been my 16th birthday party.
Sam's not going there today. He was going to try tomorrow.
But I met her through a mutual
so
friend that had brought her
midnight
along
is
to the
cut-off
party.
time
and
today.
We just hit it off from there.
Okay. Well, I guess when you say hit it off, what does that mean? How well of friends were you?
Well, we just had a really good time together that evening and started to make plans to hang out with each other. She started to spend a lot of time at my house, and she just became very close with not only myself, but my family. And I guess the rest is history because, as teenage girls, what do you do to make friends? You hang out, you try to do things together, you discuss mutual interests. We just really got along really well and became very close.
What sorts of things did you and Alissa like to do together?
Well, we were young and neither one of us drove. At the time, neither one of us was really working. Like I had a job, but it was paying for things that I needed and that kind of thing. But we weren't driving, so we were pretty limited in what we could do. The majority of the time was spent just hanging out at my house. Anything from reading magazines to doodling to we like to write letters to friends, so there'd be a bit of that. And we just hung out, with my family and around the neighborhood. And every once in a while, we'd, get the privilege of going.
For fuck's sake, I do have a bit.
To the mall or to a movie. But, the most that we did was just hang around each other, listen to music, and just do your typical teenage things.
What was Alissa like as a friend?
Alissa was kind. She was loyal. She was caring. She was protective. She was funny. She was just a really kind and sweet person. One of the things that stick out to me to this day is how if she loved you, she would tell anybody she could about you. She would just brag you up to, all of her other.
I showed you folks earlier, there's nothing wrong with my internet. There's something between StreamYard and YouTube, and possibly it's something with the browser, Chrome, because Jeff has the same issue. All of a sudden, it starts buffering, even though it's already buffered, and I don't know why. I'm rural. I'm using mobile broadband, so I have tops 100 at peak, normally around 30. Mbps, what the F or whatever it's called. It's called Mbps per S. So I have decent. So it's not my fault. No, I don't have Discord in the background. I have this stream and I have the court stream checking up when they start, because they will start in roughly 25 minutes. Yeah, but we can hear the difference in her answers towards the prosecution and the defense. Now, it's not unusual for any witness for the state to be behaving differently towards the defense. She was kind of extreme in her approach, and she actually thought she did good. That's really strange. Now I want to, let's see here, where were we? That was day 2 afternoon. And I remember from day 1 that their first witness, that was also in...
Her other friend.
No, not that one.
The court.
Oh yeah, we can show you the prosecution's opening statement. So you know what the prosecution actually said. This is what we are going to show. If I can get this forker to start. Oh.
The state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm almost at the point where the prosecution's opening statement is. It's buffering. And I do know it has nothing to do with... oh, do I have enough at all? No, yeah, I do.
Its opening statement, counsel.
Oh, there it is. Ta-da! Good sound.
Whenever you are ready, it looks like your computer may have gone to sleep.
Brandon, thank you so much. Internet fun. Yeah, I'm going to need to refill my booze cabinet soon.
The other day, welcome back. Thank you for
yes.
Your kind attention. The other day when we were here, I think I told you.
Just so you know, I have full volume and boosted volume. So sadly, the beginning of this is a bit bad in sound, so please just pay attention.
That sometimes I tend to be soft-spoken, so I'm going to speak into this microphone. Feel free to raise your hand at any time if you can't hear me. Same for anyone. If you didn't hear one of us ask a question, feel free to let us know. Just a couple of preliminary matters. A couple of them were covered by Judge Myers. First of all, this opening statement is meant, I will attempt to give you an outline of what I expect the state's evidence to be. I won't discuss every witness. I won't discuss in this opening statement everything that I think they would say. The purpose is just to give you some expectation of what you will hear. In just a minute or two, I'm going to begin talking to you about Alissa Turney. Try to give you some sense of who she was, what her life was like, who her family was, those kinds of things. Another thing I want to let you know is that occasionally you may hear a party request, the state request to put a witness on out of order. In other words, they may have testimony about an issue that actually somebody else has already talked about. And you might wonder, well, why weren't they called first? Well, witnesses have lives just like you do, so we attempt to make life a little easier for them to get here, not interfere with their work schedule.
She is missing, and as such, they can't have an attorney for a missing person.
As you will hear in just a moment.
So her attorney is the prosecution. more or less.
Testifying in this case about events that happened in the late 1990s, early 2000 and 2001. So for some of those folks, we're asking for their memory of events that occurred some 20 to 25 years ago. I'm telling you this because what may happen with an individual witness, they may not recall something that they said 20 years ago. So occasionally you will may see that witness presented with a copy of a police report documenting an interview they did those
Sorry, Flux.
years ago. It may refresh their memory, it may not. But that's a process that you will see take place, I expect, in this trial as it does in many other trials. All right. State of Arizona versus the defendant, Michael Turney.
That's a hearing aid.
Throughout this trial that I'm not the world's greatest at electronics. So let me see if I can. No, may just have to do it by hand. This was Alissa Turney. Alissa Turney has not been seen alive since May 17th of 2001. The evidence will establish that despite efforts to locate her in all these years, her body has never been found. Her stepfather was the defendant. You will hear testimony about her family. There were her younger sister, his name is Sarah. Sarah will be testifying in this case. She had brothers, James, John, Rhett, and Michael. Some of those brothers were stepbrothers, if you will. John and Alissa had the same mother. Their mother married the defendant. The defendant had sons, Rhett, James, and Michael. So these families joined together. They lived in various locations, but at the time that Alissa was murdered, they were living at 17217 North 34th Street here in Phoenix, Arizona, Maricopa County. Alissa was, I believe the witnesses you will hear from are many of her friends, her family members, including her brothers and her sister. I expect that the testimony will establish that Alissa was pretty much a typical teenager. She was 17 years of age, had just turned 17 very recently, prior to her disappearance. She went to school. She had a boyfriend. She had a part-time job. What you will learn, I expect, through the testimony, is that the relationship she had with this defendant was oftentimes troubled. Oftentimes there were conflicts between the two of them. You will hear testimony about that. And you will see some documents that give you a...
Is the prosecution being far away from the microphone, and Court TV, Law and Seaward still hasn't picked up on it, so they can enhance the sound. I'm at full boost with YouTube and the YouTube booster.
what this relationship, this troubled relationship was. Alissa will, as I said, she had many girlfriends. She had a boyfriend. She had a part-time job at Jack in the Box. She had a savings account. She knew how to drive, but she did not have a driver's license. And at the time of her disappearance, she did not own a car. Perhaps the best historian for Alissa will be her younger sister, Sarah.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I've been buffered. There's a good minute and a half buffered.
Sarah was, and I hope Sarah doesn't, I believe, I can't remember if she was 12 or 13 years old at the time that Alissa disappeared. I think Sarah will describe to you maybe what many of you have observed, a typical sister relationship. Not always the greatest. They had their issues, but they loved one another. I believe Sarah will tell you
while it's buffering, don't forget to press the like button and stuff like that. You know all this. And consider being a member. It's $3 a month.
when she testifies that as she looks back on this relationship, it's
Still
clear
not
to
in
her that
evidence.
she did not
That's the
appreciate
issue.
relationship
They only have
as
testimony
much
to
as
it.
she
But
does now, as it was taking place then.
might be the browser, but I can't change browser in the middle of the
Alissa will
stream.
be
Then
described
I have to restart everything.
as friend.
Jesus Christ.
Going, made friends easily. Tried hard to do well at school. Just a typical teenager. What you will discover through the testimony is that this defendant, for whatever his reasons were, attempted to basically control every part of her life. Every day.
Is that what you actually have heard? That he wanted to control every part of her life? Mo?
No, I mean, it sounds like he wasn't too happy with her making out with 20-year-olds or whatever, and she was pushing boundaries by smoking weed and, going out with boys, and for the most part, typical teen behavior.
Mm.
And it sounded like maybe he did have a double standard between the boys and the girls, but if he really wanted to control her, they wouldn't have access to the surveillance equipment to be able to turn it on and off, or at least the phone part.
Mm.
He wouldn't have seen her or had a boy in her room with her, knock on the door, tell him to come to the living room to make out there. He would have, come in packing some heat.
Yeah, just saying. Imagine I have a 17-year-old daughter. She walks in with a 20-plus guy. He's, if I see him entering the house, he's not going any further. I'm just, I don't think so. And
yeah, that's
now what people do elsewhere can control. I'd like to believe that I would give my kids a lot of freedom. under
It would have to.
until they fuck up. Then I need to say, okay, you can't set your own boundaries. Now I have to.
And that's kind of how I parent, and it seems like that's what he was doing, although he was stricter with the girls. And it seemed like, look, wherever Alissa is, it seemed like she pushed the boundaries. She was ready to be done out of there and be an adult, which is kind of a normal feeling for an 18-year-old. But like I said yesterday, I would have wanted an expert in there saying, you know, family dynamics of an extreme controlling person can mean that siblings or people affected by it would respond like this. Something to make all of this make sense, because right now it just sounds like he was kind of a hard ass and he liked to record stuff. I mean, he also had didn't her mom die very recently in relation to her disappearing, like within several years?
She died when the sister was 3 or 4 years old.
Oh, okay.
So at least 8 or 9 years prior.
Well, if he already had obsessive tendencies, something like that could have triggered him to become even more obsessive. Which is why it doesn't make sense that the kids could turn things on and off. I mean, I don't know.
And I kept this, Nanya, and I really like that you are challenging. Knowing that there was video recordings from the day she went missing and he got rid of them has me even more convinced he hadn't heard that before. You haven't heard. Here's the thing. We don't know if he got rid of it or if it simply didn't exist because he was too stressed out from his daughter disappearing, so he just restarted the same tapes by mistake. We don't know. It's up to the prosecution to bring forward the evidence that he actually destroyed it.
Well, and this would have been a lot easier to prove or disprove had they treated it not like a runaway 7 years earlier when she actually when she actually wasn't coming home, regardless of how that was.
Yeah. And it's not like she was close to 18. She just had her 17th birthday. So the cops can't say, oh, she's almost 18, we don't care. No, she just turned 17. And for me, if a dad calls the cops, something's wrong, please show up. My daughter is missing. She's 17 years old.
Yeah,
and I'm still saying the guy was creepy. He had actual OCD in my unprofessional opinion. Not the TikTok OCD. Oh, I must clean my kitchen every day. I have such a OCD. No, keeping your phone records on tape from 1991 forward. That is OCD combined with some paranoia, in my opinion.
Yes. It just, with what they've shown me so far, it just seems like a lot of people saying, well, I was brainwashed or I was told, and they don't come off as credible when they're crossed. It's like they all have an agenda, which I can understand if they believe this man, took away their sister, but there's ways of presenting it that don't look discrediting.
Alissa Turney was born April 3rd, 1984. And this was May 17, 2001. So yes, she just turned 17.
Yeah, she's my age.
Yeah. And I don't think it was graduation. It was the last day of school. not her graduation of, I don't know. When do people graduate in US, in Arizona?
I don't
Okay,
know.
so Souffle, Alissa was 9 when her mom died. So the mom
Okay.
died 8 years prior. Okay. But
And-
then the sister would be just, she was 6 years younger. So she would have been 2 or 3 when mom passed away.
Well, and they're not concrete evidence in that, but the different stories that he allegedly told people about what happened to Alissa, those are credible to me, or at least those are things I would rather hear than, well, I was told this, or it just, something doesn't ring true, and I can't pinpoint it. But I
will
feel it.
I will agree that he parentified Alissa. Watch over your younger sister. I don't know, cook, clean, whatever. But the SA so far, I've only heard what's been brought into, not in evidence, but through the motions, because the prosecution really wants it in. And as it seems, they are going to get in the interview. And not legal advice, but if you are accused of anything, I don't care what it is, lawyer up, and especially don't talk to the media. What was he thinking?
I don't
Everything you say anywhere can be used against you. If you're lucky, it's motion limini, and it gets no, you can't talk about that. But your general rule must always be that everything you say in front of a cop or reporter that is broadcasted will be used against you in a court of law. That may very well be so, and there are signs that speaks to that actually happened. Not in court. That is where I have to be. What is being presented in court as evidence? And devil's advocate for the dad, that just to make an example here, hold on. Have you ever heard of a woman lying about SA? I know this is an extreme example. This is not meant as any derogatory against Alissa, but you have to have that as an option as well. And if we have to go by the evidence, and if all the evidence there is an accusation, then in my opinion there are more evidence against
So do you think
the former boyfriends? I mean,
I'm wondering if this detective is going to be when they bring in the contractor, if that was motioned out before.
They have mentioned the contracts already, so they will, I don't know, that's up to the judge. But since both parties has mentioned the contracts, then I would assume they have opened the door.
Yeah, because I want to see what they say,
Yeah, what they actually say, and what her letter that she wrote, my dad never did this to me. And yeah. I understand, but this is a trial. And trials are nasty. This is a trial after the Stumpy cross-examined the sister. He has actually cooled down. I think he will. I think he knows he made a mistake. I thought this would get a lot more nasty. And even with that, this is still a very calm trial. Now, I do labor law. I don't spend time in trial at all, more or less. I have 5 of my, no, not even 5, over 30 years have gone to trial. But that's, in labor law, there's difference here in Sweden. We almost never go to trial. But I have to have, as a part of my education and continuous education, I've been in court to watch trials where this is a very calm trial. I've seen, and even in Sweden, socialist paradise, things get extremely heated when there are allegations of SA. So this, and I understand you all, Red. I understand. I completely understand. But this is court, this is trial. This is, this is how I try to somewhat educate people about court proceeding, trials and stuff like that, evidence evaluation. And I know there's a podcast. I know there are allegations. Some might be very probable, but it's not in evidence. And I have to go by that. I'm not law and cunt, law and C word. And that's just me. And a reminder: don't tell Sam about what we discussed earlier.
Whether she was at school, whether she was at work. That control, certainly her younger sister Sarah, as her parent, you would expect for both of them to exercise parental.
You know I love you, Nanya. You know you do. This is just, we in this particular case, we might have a bit of a different opinion.
You treated them differently, you will discover from the evidence. You will hear references that this defendant made about Alissa, derogatory comments that he made about her, attempting to portray her as dumb, as having mental health issues.
Well, that hasn't been entered yet. And the most damning I have heard is stuff her friends told the police. One of these days, I'm going to, about 2 months ago, I did a trial in reverse. We started with the sentence and then walked backwards just to see, okay, now we know where we went, but how did we get there? And just watch the trial backwards. I will try to find another 3, 4, 5 day trial after this is done to see, can we do it again? Because that was a very interesting experiment. But let's keep listening to this.
Things like that.
I don't have Cash App. It's not available here in Sweden. Folks, give Sal money.
Yes.
Cash App Dali Talk.
This case began.
Sal has a channel. Go subscribe to him, get him monetized, and I will give him super chats and membership and stuff.
May 17th. Well, obviously it began many years before this, but the investigation into her disappearance began on May 17th, 2001. I think, as I said a minute ago, she had just recently turned 17. This was the very last day of her junior year in high school. I believe the evidence will be that since it was the last day, the last class day, that it was not going to be the typical hours. In other words, school would not have been over later in the day as it normally was. But she went to school. Sarah went to school. They went to different schools. Sarah was younger. Sometimes they walked, sometimes they rode. Sarah rode a bus. Sometimes the defendant would take them to school. It just depended. And speaking about the control that this defendant exercised over really everyone at some stage of their lives, of his children, he recorded phone calls, incoming and outgoing phone calls from the house. At the time
Court
of
is still not back.
disappearance, there was a surveillance camera in the carport, and I'll show you a photograph of this house in just a moment. But let me just give you a little background. There was a surveillance camera in the carport that showed the carport and the kitchen door entrance to the carport. There was another surveillance camera in a vent in the living room. And I'll show you some clips of a couple of those videos. That surveillance camera was focused on a couch, a sofa in that living room at the time. Sarah will tell you that there was sometimes the defendant would set up a camcorder in different parts of the house. You'll hear testimony.
Every testimony we have heard so far is that he had one in the vent and one at the entrance, not different parts of the house.
That the defendant not only recorded phone calls, but sometimes recorded conversations with people with the tape recorder.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Nonya. Why hasn't that question been asked yet? From neither from the prosecution or the defense. Good catch, Nonya. Oh, they are back, but they haven't started yet.
The evidence you will hear is that on that May 17th, 2001, approximately, well, sometime before noon, shortly before noon, the defendant came to Alissa's school and picked her up and took her out early. You'll hear testimony from the boyfriend that she had at the time, Mr. Lackman, that Alissa stopped by and told him, "I'm leaving, my dad is just picking me up." That's the last time that John Lackman ever saw Alissa. You'll hear testimony that a young man that knew her was a senior in high school and was graduating later that day. He was expecting her to come to his graduation. She never showed up. She had, as I told you, a part-time job at Jack in the Box. She never showed up again.
Okay, court is back. So, but in my opinion, it's not far from. Well, he has a few minutes left, but it was a very, in my opinion, very weak opening statement.
To now be resolved. And Mr. Imbordino, you may resume your direct examination of
Hey,
your witness.
Nick, I'm going to have to hop off. I've got to get daughter and start dinner
Yeah.
I
before
didn't
the
want to
stream.
blame anybody.
Okay. Thank you for showing up. Everybody go subscribe to Mo in the Deep End. And thank you for showing up.
I have Zachariah Anderson day 2, but I know that Solomon is going to be on a bunch of channels, so I will just appreciate a rewatch whenever you guys have time. It's not a big deal. I'll see you guys later.
See you guys. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so I think when we stopped this morning, I had asked you about the 2 occasions that you saw the defendant at the house across the street from where Alissa had been living when she went missing. So now let me ask you, because you detailed this morning things that you would like to have had done when this investigation first began, before you even took it over. And I think one of the things you said was, for example, to interview family and friends. Is that right?
Yes.
So during the course of your investigation into this case, did you do that?
Yes, we interviewed almost 200 people in this case.
And I'm not asking you to give us their names, but what can you just describe generally who they were? Family, girlfriends, boyfriends, whoever?
We interviewed immediate family, siblings. We interviewed grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins. We interviewed her boyfriend, co-workers, classmates, people she had interacted with in the previous neighborhood. We interviewed pretty much anybody we could find that knew Alissa at any point in her life.
You mentioned, I think I heard you say aunts. So we've had some reference in this case to an Aunt Lynette. Did you talk to her?
I did.
In person or by phone?
By phone.
And what was your reason in talking to her?
She lived in California, and we became aware that there was some communication between her and Alissa before her disappearance.
So once you completed those interviews, did you have any, were you able to locate Alissa?
No.
7 years later.
The next time that you saw the defendant at the house across the street, when was that?
After those initial 2 visits, or?
Yes.
It was in December.
Of what year?
Of 2008.
And what was the purpose for going to that residence?
We executed a search warrant there.
And did the search warrant just include that house?
No, we also had a search warrant for the house across the street where Alissa went missing from.
Let me ask you about that first. The home across the street where Alissa had lived. Was anyone living there when you conducted your search?
Yeah, there was a new resident in there.
And so what did the search consist of?
We were looking for a possible crime scene, any kind of evidence of something that happened to Alissa there.
And did you find anything?
No.
Again, Do you know how long that
Thank you, Brandon.
new family had been living there?
Jesus Christ.
I believe that he'd been there
Ooh,
for
that's a good song.
a number of years. I think there might have been at least 2 residents that had lived there since the Turney family had moved out.
So let's go to the search of the defendant's residence. Did that include the house across the street, where they were living in 2008? You searched the interior of the home,
Yes.
the garage,
Yes.
any other buildings on the property?
In the backyard, we had cadaver dogs run through the location.
Okay, cadaver dogs. Why do you pause there? Ask the follow-up. Did they find anything? If the answer is no.
Now, in the course of
Oh, that's sneaky. He didn't do the follow-up question. Did I found anything? He leaves that to the defense. My liver is old and Swedish.
were documents found?
Yes, many documents.
Were VHS tapes found?
Yes, hundreds of them.
Were cassette tapes found?
Yes, hundreds of them.
So let's talk about did you seize those items?
Yes, we seized all the audio tapes, VHS tapes, and then documents and computers, storage devices.
And where did you take it?
It was impounded at our property bureau.
And how was it transported?
Through a police van.
Can you estimate for us the number of audio cassette tapes?
I would say at least 500 of them.
And what about VHS videotapes?
At least 500 of those also.
At some point during the course of this investigation, did Phoenix police detectives and personnel listen to those cassette recordings?
Yes.
Did they view the VHS tapes?
Yes.
Were all of VHS tapes surveillance video?
No, there was commercial tapes mixed in there. Some of them had been burned to DVDs and things like that. So yeah, there was a mixture of everything in there. Family home videos.
The cassette tapes, the audio cassette tapes. Just a general description of the types of conversations.
The audio tapes were from the, I guess the recording system that was on the family phone. So a typical tape would record all the incoming and outgoing phone calls that came into the house. So you would have, innocuous phone calls to check to see, what the movie times were playing at a certain particular date. You would have conversations from salespeople. You'd have personal family conversations. You would have Alissa talking to people. You would have Michael talking to people, Sarah talking to people. These tapes covered decades. It was almost like a wiretap that went on for decades. I think the oldest tape I found was from the 1970s, all the way up to the day of the search warrant.
Any recording of a phone call from California on May 24th, 2001?
No.
You were asking, the date that you asked was May 24?
I'm sorry. Yes, May 24th. The date that eventually phone records were obtained, which did demonstrate a call came from California, correct?
Yes.
on or about the 24th of May.
Yes.
Now, the defendant himself obtained those records, correct, from the, I can't remember if it was Quest or not.
It was Quest.
And eventually you were provided a record of demonstrating such a call came in.
Yes.
You recall the time of day?
I believe it was 5:02 in the morning. I could check my report to refresh my memory and verify that.
In any event, you did not recover a recording of that call.
No.
Assuming one existed. It wasn't in the items seized from the house.
No.
You mentioned earlier today that in that initial visit at the home, you had inquired or asked about, and maybe it wasn't you, I may be misstating this, but did you tell us it was Detective Anderson who asked about a videotape from the day she went missing?
Yes.
Sorry. In any event, in reviewing the 500 or so VHS tapes, was a surveillance video discovered dated May 17th of 2001?
No.
Any VHS tape discovered showing the events as they had been described, which we've not gotten into yet, by the defendant?
No.
No VHS tape marked by the defendant as May 17th. This is the day she went missing.
No.
These videotapes that were viewed, did they have date and time stamps on them?
No. Some of the tapes we hand marked with a date or a subject matter, but no, there wasn't a date and time stamp on those.
I am moving to admit Exhibit 99, Your Honor.
A couple of years later,
is
according to the sister.
Surveillance video from the events surrounding the argument between Mr. Lackman and Alissa Turney.
Any objection?
No objection from defense.
Exhibit 99 is admitted.
I guess let's ask you first, have you seen this particular video yourself?
Yes, I have.
Generally describe for us what we're going to witness.
This is a surveillance video, which depicts the location of the cameras. There's a camera in the vent in the living room, and then there's a camera that covers the main house entry and the carport area. So this will show a purported argument between John and her boyfriend Alissa.
Even the sister who rode in the car just a few hours later said there was nothing there. No blood, no anything.
Where they will have a confrontation. She will throw the phone against the wall, and he will leave,
months later.
And then she picks up the phone and comes back inside. And
okay, thank you,
Right. And I guess I neglected to ask you, when you conducted a search of the residence where Alissa was living when she went missing, did you look for surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Find any?
In the location where the house they used to live?
Yes.
No, there wasn't any surveillance then.
Before you press play, are any of the jurors having any difficulty seeing the screen? Sometimes there's a glare from the lights. I can dim the lights if any of you are having trouble seeing. Looks like nobody's having
took
trouble.
away the cameras when they moved.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the carport, I believe. Front cam, okay, so it is hidden. These are all snippets cut together, it seems. Because we just saw her throw something, get in, sit on the couch, car speed off. I didn't see her go out again, did you? Or did I lose focus? Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah, it seems to be in regularity, so that is probably true. Thank you, chat. Yeah.
I'm going to pause it for just a moment. So, having watched this before, does it show?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Mr. Lackman coming back to the house at all?
No, he does not.
Now, it appears that when this recording is being made, that there is, it's switching between the carport camera and the one in the living room. Do I have that correct?
Yes, it seemed like the system was automatically set up to switch between those two cameras.
So
I
once,
have no idea.
what we're looking at here, is this a copy of how the Phoenix Police Department received it? I mean, in other words, did the Phoenix Police Department edit it in any way?
No, this is what Mr. Turney gave us.
He actually, let me just ask you about that. Were two VHS tapes recovered or received during the investigation of this event?
Yes.
Was one of them at the house during the search?
So two tapes were provided to us by the defendant. One was this tape. One was the tape of Alissa with her with another boy on the couch. And then during the search warrant, we recovered multitude other tapes. One of them was a copy of this one.
Okay. Were there had somebody written a date on the outside of the VHS tape?
In the copy that we found, the date 5/16.
And what about the other one? What was the date on the other one?
The one that was provided to us, I'm not sure if there's a date on that or not.
I'll wait and ask Detective Anderson about that.
Okay.
Anything with the remaining?
That's the actual court feed. That's not me. That's the court feed.
Interaction with anybody else.
Yeah, Captain Hafen. Fake cameras are almost as expensive. Good fake cameras are almost as expensive as cheap real cameras. So I don't get it getting fake ones.
As part of your investigation, did you obtain some school records for Alissa from Barry Goldwater High School?
Everything about the surveillance? Huh.
Move the admission of Exhibit 101.
Any objection?
No objection from defense.
Exhibit 101 is admitted.
May I approach?
You may.
Yeah, but if everybody knows it's there, is it really hidden? Playing devil's advocate here. Yeah, I did receive, I think, $25 before Brandon, so that's half a shot at least.
Do you recognize the document?
Yes.
So putting, whoops, got to switch back to the Elmo. Sorry.
Jesus Christ. Prosecutor, he should have retired 12 years ago. I'm fine. I'm not at ordering stuff for Sobernik yet, at least.
All right, Detective, can you see the screen?
Yes.
So it appears we're looking at grades from, including December of 1998, December of 1999, May of 99, May of 2000, correct?
Yes.
And so there was a C in biology,
Yes.
an A in language art,
Yes.
Those
an
are
A in
bad
pre-algebra,
Yes.
a D in, you know what DES fundamental was?
I don't know.
In 99, there was a D in biology, correct?
Yes.
In any event, these were grades that were reflected from her school records for those dates and times.
Yes.
At Barry Goldwater, not at Paradise Valley High School, correct?
That's correct.
Before he says anything, in my opinion, these are not bad grades. Here's the issue. Did her grades degrade in any form? We don't know that unless they provide prior grades. So we don't know if she had, now she has 1, 2, 3 A's, a few B's, and the rest C's. So she's not flunking. But the year prior or prior to that, did she have 8 A's? Then mostly B's and almost no C's. Then you have something is going on. Now, is that the dad, or is it she met her best friend? Smoking and stuff, being a bad influence, speculating. Oh, did she have a D as well? I didn't see that. Oh, there, biology. Yeah. Oh, you have, okay, 1298, 1299, 1299. Okay, that's okay. So she, C, A, B, C, D. C, B, C, B, C, A. No, C, A, B, C, D, B, C, B, C, 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 B, C, B, C, A. Okay, there is at least from 1298, 599, 1299 are somewhat similar. 500, boom. That's, but she had a D there as well. No, it's maybe it's not very different. She had 1299, she had 1A. So she had C, B, C, B, C, A. But these are different, or somewhat different. Yeah, you tell me, I'm not American. How can you be buffering? I just paused it. I would agree to that. There's a lot of smart kids who doesn't do good in school because school pushing information down people's throats are not everybody's cup of tea.
In the course of your investigation, did you discover, well, in your course of the search of the house, did you discover records from Desert Schools Credit Union?
Yes, there were some bank receipts and things like that. Yes.
Well, let me.
You may.
Show you exhibits 104 and 105.
Absolutely.
Yeah, these are financial records that were recovered during our investigation.
we would move to admit exhibits 104 and 105.
Any objection?
No objection from defense.
Exhibits 104 and 105 are admitted.
So let me ask you something, Detective. If did you discover that Alissa had an account at this credit union?
Yes.
She was she shown as the owner of the account?
Yes.
Putting exhibit 104 on the screen.
Oh, I have plenty of time buffered. Jesus Christ.
And the address is the
I have plenty of buffered UMF.
the address on 34th Street where Alissa was living.
You have to be freaking kidding me. This is seriously? Okay, pause. I'm very, very sorry, but they buffering. I'm just pausing for a bit here to allow it to buffer up a bit more. I don't know why.
Living when she went missing, correct?
That's correct.
So
Jesus Christ.
these records show that at the time of her disappearance, approximately how much money was in that account?
She had over $1,800 in her account at the time.
Okay, so she had an account.
And approximately a few months later, was that money transferred?
Yes, Alissa's account was emptied and transferred to Sarah's account.
Okay, nothing.
Exhibit 105 is a record of the defendant's account there, correct?
Yes.
Did you note a transfer of money on or about the 26th of April, 2001?
Yes, on that date, the defendant transferred $300 to Alissa's account.
Okay, I'm just going to let it buffer. And while it buffers up a bit, Hi. Let's see if it has buffered up a bit.
With reference to Alyssa's account, did the defendant make any statements about leaving it open for her in the beginning?
Yeah, he indicated initially that he was leaving it open to see if she would access it.
Was there ever any evidence that it was accessed before the money was transferred to Sarah's account?
No.
And did he make any statements as to why he did that, transferred it?
He wanted to, I guess, not give her the ability to access money if she was out there somewhere.
You mentioned the organization and National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I have the hardest time with the NCMEC. I'm not sure why, but so did you recover a document the defendant
who doesn't thought
authored on May 25th, 2001 to them?
Really, guys?
Yes. Your Honor, should I ask to approach each time?
You do not need to, as long as you've
Thank
done
you.
it once with each witness.
Yeah, but how long after was it? But I do agree. That money should have been left in that account just to make sure at some point she might try to
You
extract.
recognize it?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 94.
Ooh. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships, Nathan. Tweety US News, John Gary, Alan Walsh, Jenny B, Stephanie Bland. Congratulations. If you're new, you know there is a link to the Discord. And congratulations, you are now Vikings saying hi.
Any objection?
I didn't catch that. Chat, please
Exhibit 94 is
help us out here.
So for the record,
And if you're not a member, press that gift box that you see on top of the chat, and then you will be given the option of allowing gifts, and then you can receive next time someone gifts memberships.
consists of 4 pages, correct?
Correct.
Dated May
Chat.
25th, 2001.
Yes.
Do you want me to show Grant what we are talking about?
Exploited
Vikings
children,
saying hi.
Yes.
With the signature of Michael.
You tell me, chat.
Turney.
1 for yes,
Yes.
2 for no.
I'm going to request the witness read the letter.
You may. Sir, just remember there's a court reporter, and sometimes people tend to read.
Okay, I see once. Okay, let's see where it is. This is a 5-minute clip. This is from February, I think. Yes, it's from St. Paddy's Day. I was on stream with Jeff, and now you will know why My members are Vikings saying hi.
That's what we've got on tap tonight over here. Because it is St. Patrick's Day, we've got a bottle of Bushmills. This was full about an hour ago, so that tells you what's going to happen tonight. And we haven't popped the seal on the Redbreast 12-year yet. We'll have to find a reason for doing that. All right, that takes care of the obligatory. Like I said, I'm 25% Irish. My father's family is Irish, Scottish. Scottish English. My mother is her mother is Lithuanian and her father is Irish. So I'm 25% Irish, but today is St. Patrick's Day, so I'm 100% Irish. And there we go. So we've got everything. We are full Irish tonight, and we're also pickled herring Swedish.
I managed to find the only thing green in my closet, and it's not the Hulk. It is simply what I wear when I'm driving the combined harvester. And yeah.
Why do you drive the combine harvester in like April? March?
Well, I use it when I do it. I'm not doing it now. This is the only green I have, and the only connection I have with the Irish is probably my ancestors went over there to say hi.
Rape and pillage. To say hi.
Yeah, but
the Vikings went over to Ireland to say hi.
Yeah, hi! Get down! No.
The Vikings went to Ireland to say hi. Hello.
That's a fancy religion you have there.
You're correct.
Let's destroy it.
And we're not doing a recap today because literally nothing happened yesterday, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing happened yesterday. It was a very normal day in court. The Vikings went to Ireland just to say hi. Hello. Hello, Irish people. That is the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. The Vikings went to Ireland just to say hi.
I knew I couldn't say all the other words, and my mind blanked totally. Hi.
I'm trying to like flag some of these chats, and I can't because I'm laughing too hard. My hand won't stop shaking. Hello, Irish people. Hello. Hello.
Can we park here?
Oh, Christ.
Oh,
God, my rib. I'm doing an ab workout already. Oh, Christ. Oh, my God. Hey, KB, I don't get this joke. Essentially, like right around 1000 AD, the Vikings just went and literally graped and pillaged everyone in England and Ireland. That's kind of the story. The end. In actuality, they just raped and pillaged the entire country, and we're just joking about them just stopping in to say hi. Oh my Jesus.
I saw the chat here. Hey, I'm Irish and DNA shows I'm Norwegian. Yeah, I wonder why.
I said like 3/4 of my ancestor are Irish, Scottish, and Irish, Scottish, and English, but my last name ends in son, so that tells you I'm Scandinavian by DNA.
Yeah, that's the story behind the Vikings saying hi. Oh. 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 And coincidentally, that is why Scandinavian people are generally quite hot people, because Vikings didn't bring back the ugly ones. Oh. Okay, I hope they have buffered enough here so we can continue with the trial.
Read faster than they talk, so
Okay.
be kind to her.
I will. The letter begins, to whom it may concern. Thank you for the forms and the service you are offering to assist me in locating my 17-year-old daughter. My
That's
daughter
true.
and I
Scotland
had
was
both
never
a
invaded.
amicable and adversarial relationship.
They just passed by.
In part due to her condition, and in part due to continuous outside intervention by private citizens and governmental agencies. Alissa is a true ADD that medications did not help. Only a structured lifestyle with good eating and sleeping habits worked for her.
Here I very much hope that there is medical evidence.
Almost all of her conflicts at school were created by Arizona schools that promoted programs to use progressive discipline and or retaliation versus identifying, testing, and placing students like her in IEPs under the IDEA. The other problems resulted in school officials and ex-friends of mine who decided that she needed to experience sexual contact with male students, alcohol, and marijuana usage. All was reported to the appropriate authority. All was ignored.
All of a sudden, both my
Alissa was solicited by a male teacher
I can
in
hear
a public school
everything in both
during a class
headphones.
to wrestle
Okay.
a male student without any regards for her safety, as well as protections for those female parts of her body that were in fact made sore by the young man groping her private parts under the authorization of a male teacher. She was humiliated, shamed, and disgraced because she had no idea what to expect, but not what did happen.
I need to get back. Is he making accusations towards the school?
Alissa was solicited by a male teacher in a public school during a class to wrestle a male student without any regards for her safety, as well as protections for those female parts of her body that were in fact made sore by the young man groping her private parts under the authorization of a male teacher. She was humiliated, shamed, and disgraced because she had no idea what to expect, but not what did happen. Her ability to foresee what to expect was hindered as an ADD child.
This is now in evidence.
I spent numerous hours with her crying and dealing with her embarrassment and shame to overcome this tragedy. Within days, Alissa put this behind her, as she always did with her quickness to forget. Then she was accused of being gay and moved away from her friends by 4 teachers who decided to share this information with other students on the campus, causing me to change schools. This incident caused further harm, but was not so easily forgotten due to the accusation being spread on campus.
That speaks highly against
She was
the
also
father.
issued detention slips for failing to run the mile in the time they demanded, even though the school was notified she had asthma. This was followed with a detention slip because she failed to pick up a slip of paper to use the restroom after she had been humiliated with the accusations of being gay. All of this was done during a federal Department of Education investigation of the school failing to comply with the IDEA. After they stopped retaliating against Alissa, another school in the same district decided to only pat search one child out of 24 students in a classroom looking for some missing change, candy, and a paper hole puncher. This was her younger sister, Sarah. To this day, including during this past school year, some teachers continue to try to punish Alissa for not paying attention or following instructions, in spite of those same teachers attending the forced IEP meetings I demanded, because they decided she did not have ADD or a learning disability. Alyssa's attitude remained positive at school, but very adversarial at home, based in part for all of the above, but in part because she had so much trouble passing her tests, including the AIMS testing, and had to be tutored daily by me for her to do her homework. I tutored Alissa every night, where she displayed excellent study habits with some of the best note-taking I have seen of any of my 6 children. The primary problem remained the same. She could not comprehend and or retain most of the material she took noted about in order to use it for testing. This year, she took a job with Jack in the Box, where she was praised by all of those she worked with because she is a very hardworking person that just wanted to be accepted and please those around her. She also took on a steady boyfriend. The combination of school, the job, late hours, and dad's rules were taking a toll on her world, which had become far too complicated, using her exact words. The boyfriend was too demanding and critical of her mental condition by ridiculing her for it. This caused a conflict with my teachings that she was not stupid or inferior in intelligence to anyone. Her boyfriend also encouraged her to break basic rules I had established for Alissa, which included skipping classes to be with him, leaving campus without permission, a positive attitude about school, allowing male friends in the home when I was not there, and my recommendation to end this relationship due to his bad temper and ridiculing her for her learning disability, which she told me she was after school ended. Because she had a class with him and did not want to anger or embarrass him at school. She was planning to break off the relationship according to several of her female friends and what she told me. Alissa required a lot of sleep. Before her job and boyfriend, Alissa would go to bed between 8 and 9 p.m. every night. This was disrupted by her job and the demands of the boyfriend. Alissa developed a like for marijuana after the woman she babysat for her son. So we had an ongoing conflict when I would find it. We had approximately 6 incidents when I found small amounts in her possession. The last time was approximately 2 to 3 weeks before she ran away. She was grounded each time. After her last argument with her boyfriend the day before she ran away, that ended with her throwing the phone against the wall and he squealing his truck tires as he sped away. I grounded her from him because I was not aware he had such a bad temper.
The tapes we saw are allegedly...
Alissa did not display any drug dependencies to me, except the occasional marijuana usage, which occurred over a 4-year period. Alissa was trying to run away this same time last year when I convinced her to stay with her 2 brothers
allegedly
for about 3 to 4
father.
weeks. She returned home under objection to the same rules I've used through 4 older children. We had an added conflict due to her deceased mother's sister's attempts to use Arizona's Child Protection Agency to steal our girls in 1993 and 1994, even though her mother made it very clear to them that she wanted our children to remain with me. The false accusations against me were cleared by CPS, but left behind a scar and idea in my children that if I did not give into certain demands against my rules and some laws, that they could use the threat of CPS against me to get what they wanted. Such an incident occurred this time last year, whereupon I called CPS to report the same, because I grew tired of trying to raise my children under this threat. No investigation resulted. Alissa has been running away from confusing situations and/or anytime she thought she was in trouble since I first adopted her at 2.5 years of age. Her favorite phrase was, quote, "You're being mean to me," end quote, which later turned into, quote, "You're abusing me," end quote, which was often misinterpreted many times by those who did not know Alissa. I've always tried to avoid any form of physical discipline with any of my children, stopping my wife when we first got married. When we got married, she had 2 and I had 3. I adopted her 2 and we had 1 between us. She died in 1993. The last day I saw her on May 17, 2001 was the last day of school with only 2 classes. She had 1 final and some errands to run for as a teacher's aide. I became concerned over the fight she had with her boyfriend the day before, knowing that she had used this class to visit her boyfriend, who she had been told not to see for at least 1 week due to his display of anger at Alissa for not letting him come inside our house when I was not at home. I found out later that she had in fact used this time to visit with him upon his request, again violating my orders. I took Alissa out of school early to discuss the summer rules, her visiting her Aunt Lynette in California, the marijuana, and attempted to diffuse our adversarial portion of our relationship, including my concerns about the temper and demands her boyfriend was putting on her. We got lunch and returned home. We agreed that it had been a very difficult and tedious school year with my having to tutor her every night. We agreed that we needed time away from each other, but we're arguing over her going to her Aunt Lynette in California, mostly due to a difference of opinion about the usage of marijuana. I conceded to let her go if she would discuss her plans to break up with her boyfriend before she left and promised to refuse any marijuana she was offered. This turned into another argument over my trying to control everything in her life and everyone trying to tell her what to think and do, including her boyfriend, John Lackman. She also told me that she was tired of her job at Jack in the Box and worried about all the changes about to occur with certain people leaving. Am I constantly checking on?
This is not me. Again, this is the court feed. Damn it. Refreshing.
Any objection?
Okay. After they stopped retaliating against Alissa, another school in the same district, am I constantly checking on?
That's the court feed. That has nothing to do with me.
People I thought.
Yeah, this is court boomering. This has nothing to do with me.
Up and down emotional trip. The next few days. Over the next few days were filled with blurs of what was happening and up and down emotional trips, trying to accept what had happened and overcome the anxiety of not knowing where she was and the feeling of rejection and everything being my fault. After staying up all night searching in the areas I thought she might be and the people I thought may help her hide, I returned home about 4 or 5 a.m. Thursday, May 24th, to get some sleep. The phone rang and I answered it. I heard someone return my hello, but due to my bad hearing and the loud traffic noise, I repeated my hello, which was returned with a loud hello that sounded like Alyssa's voice. I became excited, asking if this was Alissa, while she was angrily telling me she left because of my stupid roles, her life sucked, something about her job and John, then a pause with what sounded like, quote, fuck off, end quote, and her hanging up. I immediately got up and took my vehicle driving out on Bell Road towards 51 looking for her. By the time I returned and realized I should have dialed *69 to get the number she called from, someone else had called. All my attempts to get this number from Quest failed, with them demanding I serve a subpoena to get the number. I pleaded for just the area code, but was also denied that.
That was the court.
Since then, I have contacted the social worker, Paradise Valley High School,
hopefully
as many of her friends as possible, and now I'm distributing flyers with her picture on it in stores and local movie theaters. I have left one phone message with Detective Schoenfelder at PPD, but was told he was on vacation. I have also contacted the Missing Children Help Center, Operation Lookout, DPS, and Bring Them Home to help search for her. I also had a next-door neighbor place the enclosed flyer on a website for me. I checked with all the houses on my block to see if they had seen my daughter leaving on Thursday. No one saw anything. My security camera film showed nothing of when Alissa left. I watched all 8 hours of it. She would have had to leave through her bedroom window or out the back gate. Sincerely, Michael R. Turney.
Now, first of all, now a bit of burden is on the defense. Did this actually happen at the previous school? If so, we have some explanation to him being extra careful. We also have in that letter an explanation to the aunt trying to get custody. That might have been infectious. Many things in that letter. Just ignore everything you have heard outside of court. But now the defense has some burden of proof to say, yes, this happened, or the prosecution has to admit that there was a problem at that school, and so on. That is yeah, and then at what time was this letter written? If he wrote that just after school or something like that, then why didn't he keep those tapes? Why didn't he take them to the police when he reported her missing? Which is weird. This brings more questions. If only the cops have actually investigated when he called them for help. Yeah, I agree there is, but also if this was years later, then it might be just he knows how to write a good report.
So I have a couple of questions about statements contained in this document, Exhibit 94. The time that he said he arrived home after having picked up Sarah. I believe when you're reading it, he claimed that was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes.
Correct? he claimed that he went to Sarah's school and the buses arrived late, correct?
Yes.
Any discussion about having gone to a house, Sarah's friend's house, to pick her up?
Yes.
In here, in this letter?
I'm not sure he specifies that.
Well, let me.
Can I take a look at it again?
Yeah. Well, let me see if I
No
can
worries.
find it for you, so that
Family
I
first,
don't
always.
misquote him.
Thank you for being here and modding. Thank you.
Mr. Mordino, if you want to put it on the Elmo, he's got a screen in front of him, and that might
Thanks.
keep you from running back and forth.
So I'm looking at page 3, and see this paragraph that begins, I left the house sometime between noon and 1.
Yes. Yes.
We did not get home until 5 p.m.
Correct.
I also had to pick up her younger sister from a trip to Waterworld after the buses dropped her off. The buses were late. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not really. Let's see here. He left the house between noon and 1 p.m. Hold on. Let's go back a bit and see if we can read more. Okay, what do we actually have here? I left the house sometime between noon and 1 p.m. That's according to his statement now. To look for an eyepiece, blah, 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 blah. I also had to pick up her younger sister from a trip to Waterworld after I dropped her off. That doesn't say that he picked up. Okay. And then she picked up this. She dropped Alissa home, unsure at what time. He picked up her younger sister from a trip to Waterworld, and they did not get home until after 5 p.m. But again, here's the deal with him seeing nothing on that day. He should have seen him dropping her off home. No, that's not what it says here. I also had to pick up her younger sister from a trip to Waterworld after blah, 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 dropped her off. The buses were late. That just says the buses were late and he had to pick up her younger sister. Not that the buses dropped her off. Or am I missing anything? Let me get back. See if it shows more. It's a finger. Asshole. It does not say that the buses dropped her off. Or am I reading this wrong? Yeah.
Dropped her off. The buses were late. You see that?
Yes.
Towards the end, on the last page, he says that he watched the security film from that day, correct?
Yes, he says he watched all 8 hours of it.
All 8 hours of it. So if there were 8 hours of it, would that seem to indicate that it was running for 8 hours?
Yes.
Then
Now,
he should have picked up that she brought Alissa home.
Apparently telling these folks that she would have had to leave through her bedroom window or out the back gate in order for her not to appear on the video, correct?
Yes.
So that would mean that she leaves a note saying she's leaving, and yet doesn't want to be on the videotape, correct?
Correct.
But if it was 8 hours, then it should have shown her coming home.
This reference to Star 69, were you involved, or was it Detective Anderson in looking at the phone records?
I looked at the phone records.
Okay, thank you.
So for those who might not know what that is, what's Star 69 and or Star 67?
Star 69 would provide you with the phone number that was calling, and then Star 67 would log it with the phone company so that it could be obtained. That's my understanding of it.
Now, in reviewing the phone records, did you notice whether or not the defendant was paying for caller ID?
Yes.
Did you notice whether there was any indication, and I'll show you these records later, but any indication of Star 69 being used on other occasions?
Yeah, on the phone records that I looked at, it was used frequently.
Was there a charge for it?
I believe you were allowed like 6 usages, and then there would be charges accumulated after that.
Now here in this letter, he makes the claim that she had a black suitcase that was missing.
Yes.
Not her backpack was missing.
That's correct.
While we're on the topic of the phone records, what phone records did you obtain?
We obtained a copy of the AMA dump, which was from the lawsuit request for the landline. During the search warrant, we also recovered cell phone bills for Alyssa's phone and the defendant's phone.
Okay. Now the AMA dump, what is that?
The AMA dump is basically a kind of a technological dump of phone information. It comes in a very difficult form to read, but it will lay out what phone calls came in on a landline.
And how did the defendant provide that to you?
Yes, he had provided it.
He obtained it from Quest.
Yes.
Provided it to you.
Yes.
Correct. So in reviewing the calls that day from the defendant's phone, and I think you said you also had records of Alyssa's phone?
In the form of bills that the AT&T had sent.
Okay. Were there also bills found during the search?
Yes. That's where we obtained them through the search warrant.
All right. Both AT&T and Quest?
Yes.
Now, in the letter to Nipmick, he said he went to pick her up early, correct?
Correct.
Were there calls from the defendant's phone to reflected the morning of May 17th to Alyssa's cell phone?
Yes.
At what time?
There was a short 1-minute call at 10:05 in the morning, and then another call for a minute, I think within a half hour after that.
Was there a call to Alyssa's cell phone in the afternoon?
Yes.
From the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And what time was that?
That was, I believe, at 1:09 p.m. and it was a 7-minute phone call.
So either there was a 7-minute conversation. Let's think. Let me ask you what would be the options here? There's a 7-minute conversation, is one, correct?
That would be my assumption, yes.
Between somebody using those two phones.
Yes.
Or
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
would it be possible to leave, do you know, if you know, a 7-minute voice message?
I believe it would be possible.
In any event,
I had cell phone back then. The maximum allowed on my phone, and I extended it, was 3 minutes. If they don't have evidence of that actually being true, I don't know AT&T or whatever phone company they use, but they should have evidence of how much time was on her phone allowed to make a voicemail. If they don't present that, then this is shady AF.
all you had was a record of the call being made.
That's correct.
And the length of time that it took.
Yes.
Was there a call to Alyssa's cell phone later from the defendant's number, late afternoon, early evening?
Yes.
What time?
I'd have to look at my report to refresh my memory.
I'll come back to that. I want to go through some other documents that you found in the house. I'm going to show you exhibits 107, 108, 109, and 110. Ask if you recognize them.
Okay.
The same can be said about everything on the podcast. Remember, I can only see what's in trial.
Do you recognize these documents?
I do.
From where? Where do you recognize them from?
They were recovered in the search warrant.
At the defendant's residence?
Yes.
We'd move the admission of 107, 108, 109, and 110.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 107, 108, 109, and 110 are admitted.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that was it reported to you that in the summer of 2000 that Alissa had spent a short period of time with her two brothers, John and Michael, living in their apartment?
Yes, in May of 2000.
I'll show you Exhibit 110. Oops. a parental custodian and child agreement, correct?
Yes.
And this is an agreement between Alissa, the defendant, as well as one of her brothers, Michael Seth Turney, correct?
Correct.
And so Michael S., which would be Michael Seth Turney, correct?
That's correct.
Has agreed to assume temporary custody of Alissa Turney to allow her time to be away from her father and sister, whereupon she will follow any and all instructions given by Michael S. Turney
yes. There are
or forfeit this privilege. That's one of the...
There are some things that are very odd and that speaks against him. But in my opinion, this, and I believe we talked about this yesterday, that the only reason this is being prosecuted is that Michael Turney is old, fragile, he is in a wheelchair, and he can basically pass away the next day. This is their last chance to prosecute. So they are flipping a coin and prosecuting just to see what will the jury say. I don't see a legal case here at all. Even with him being a bit creepy, with the missing tapes, none of it is enough. Close. Not even for a civil case. So this is public uproar. You need to get this guy to court. And they caved, the prosecution. Okay. He's old. It's our last chance. Let's go for it. Let's see what the jury says. I agree, Soulsuflay.
provisions, correct?
Yes.
Apparently, he was asking Alissa to agree that she's incorrigible and has refused to return home under the direct authority of her parent, Michael R. Turney, correct?
Yes.
And for the court reporter, if I'm reading too quick, please let me know. That it is understood at this time that her reasons for not returning to the home of her father, Michael R. Turney, immediately are not for any of the following.
Objection. What's the question?
I'm reading from the document.
The objection's overruled.
Physical abuse, alcohol abuse, drug abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, lack of proper housing, lack of food, clean housing, physical abuse of her sister, Sarah Turney, sexual abuse of her sister, Sarah Turney. Correct?
Yes.
Yes, he's been, so far as I know, he's been in custody since 2021.
That she will no longer, going to page 2, allow any other friends, parents to influence her to leave home to live with them. Correct?
Yes.
That she will discontinue any bisexual ideologies and or acts while living with her father, Michael R. Turney. Correct?
Correct.
Apparently, that I will enter a drug rehab program and or outpatient counseling for the same. Correct?
Yes.
Now, Exhibit 107 is a document, a revocation of that temporary guardianship, apparently, correct?
Yes.
And at this time, if you read closely Exhibit 107, this was made when they were living at 18031 North Villa Rita Drive, correct?
Correct.
Not the house on 34th Street.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the name Charity Robinson?
I am, yes.
And how are you familiar with that name?
I interviewed her.
That was the woman we saw during lunch break, who winked and said, yes, we smoked pot and stuff like that. And during police interview, called her boy crazy and then tried to rehabilitate it during cross. That would be her.
Twice during the investigation.
So showing you Exhibit 109. How would you describe this document?
This is I guess, it's somewhat of a legalistic contract between.
Alissa is a minor. She can't sign a contract. Just saying.
Michael Turney, the defendant, and Alissa Turney.
Dated July of 1999.
Yes.
Apparently related to a birthday party that she might be going to.
Yes, at Charity's house.
And Alissa was, he wanted Alissa to agree that his instructions, as noted above, would be followed.
At this time, yes, it might be damaging. So cross-examination about this will be really interesting. Since the defense allowed this in, they must have a course of action against what the prosecution is insinuating.
At this birthday party.
Yes.
Then Exhibit 108 is dated July 18th of 1999, just a few days later, correct?
That's correct.
Basically the same document, just a different date.
That's correct. It's to it's between Michael, the defendant, and the parents of Charity Robinson.
Yeah, the first one was between the defendant and Alissa.
That's correct.
This one is between the defendant and Charity's parents.
Correct.
In order for Alissa to be allowed to go to this birthday party.
Correct.
This is more or less the first actual pieces of evidence of anything. Now, prosecution has their story.
Now, detective, going back to some of your experience as a missing persons detective, have you, well, first of all, I think I've already asked you this question.
Slightest. She's
no
a minor,
remains of Alissa Turney have been found.
No.
Have you investigated cases, missing person cases or homicide cases where no body has been found?
Yes, a number of them.
And so if you don't have a body, then how do you go about your investigation?
I mean, not having a body is obviously an obstacle to a homicide investigation, but it is the ability to dispose of a body should not be rewarded. We look for, again, pattern of life of the missing person. We want to know what they were doing before they disappeared, who they were interacting with, if they had any enemies, any issues. We want to know exactly, based on his life pattern and other circumstantial evidence, that leads us to determine that they are no longer alive. And then we look for a reason for that. So.
And they chose the father not the jealous ex-boyfriend who was cheated on. Not, yeah. I'm going to keep going because I really want to hear
whether they are
the rest of
suicidal, medical issues, or it's a homicide.
The cases that you were involved in investigating were originally the body was missing. Or in some of those, was the victim's body eventually found?
In some of those, yes.
What were some of the means by which those bodies were
objection irrelevant?
We've had bodies that have been placed in trash containers and they end up in the landfill, which can result in a landfill search. I've participated in those. We've had bodies buried. We've had bodies put in bodies of water, Lake Pleasant. We've had bodies that have been burned, bodies that have been destroyed or dismembered so that they couldn't be recovered.
Let's talk about crime scenes, potential crime scenes for a moment. You indicated that when the search was done of the residence on 34th Street, where Alissa had been living, nothing was found which provided you a clue as to whether or not she had been killed in that location, correct?
That's correct.
Is it unusual to not, well, let's assume that you had gone there the next day, May 18th, 2001.
Objection,
and found nothing
speculation
in the way of physical evidence that Alissa had been killed in that house. Blood,
objection,
whatever.
Other people has testified
is that something
to not
that never
see
happens?
anything of the sort?
No, unfortunately, there's a lot of ways to kill a person. You can strangle somebody, you can smother somebody, you can poison somebody, you can strike them in a way that wouldn't produce blood.
Come on, defense.
A lot of ways
What's
that
going on?
a lot of methods of killing somebody that would not result in a physical scene.
What the frick? The defense has been adamant so far. They must have a line of questioning for this. Yeah. And these weird pauses to let it sink in. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. Okay. He was assigned 2008, I believe. That's at least according to prior statements, that him and his partner, they started investigating, they conducted interviews. According to the interview with the sister, that says nothing in her testimony to them at that time says she believed the dad was guilty, in my opinion. Yeah. Around, we don't know exactly, but once she started her podcast in 2019, she officially started. I haven't listened to it, so this is just by seeing you in the chat. So around that time, she started accusing the father. Allegedly, I haven't heard any of the podcasts. started a podcast in 2019, I believe. Dave, I think the chat can provide you with one. That would be up to the prosecution to show. What's taking so long? Come on.
Go ahead and we'll take.
I was going to say, can we approach real quick?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. It's about 2:40 right now. I'll ask the jury to be back in the jury room in 15 minutes. That'll be about 5 minutes to 3. You can leave everything in the courtroom if you'd like. Jury comes in.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let's bring them in.
Oh no, they said they drank.
Oh, 18 years. According to the document we saw earlier, around, I don't know, 5, I've seen the time 5 a.m. being tossed around the day after, but I believe he picked her up that
Mr.
afternoon.
Bordino, any other witnesses today?
No.
Okay, state is out of witnesses, so this is just, but there has to be cross-examination and stuff.
No. Yeah, I can try to find a different word. Yeah.
So this is the last witness for the day, so we will keep on.
I'll think of something.
Oh, yeah.
Please be seated.
That's all speculation. We simply do not know. And the prosecution
We are
has
back on the
said
record in State versus
nothing.
Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. And Mr. Bordino, whenever you're ready, you may resume your direct examination of Detective Summersu.
Detective, during the break, did I show you exhibits 14, (13, 14, 73, and 113?
Yes,
And did you recognize them?
I did.
What are they?
If he picked up the sister at 5:05, we don't know how long of a drive it was. He picked Alissa up around 1 p.m. So that would be at most 4 hours. But then again, Gravely managed to convince the jury that Zachariah Anderson ended Junior drove there, ended, drove back, and he had exactly minus 45 minutes to do it.
There are items that were recovered in the search warrant.
Now we've mentioned some phone calls here today. Are you able to give us, from the records that were found, what the landline number was?
I have to refer to my report. I don't have it memorized.
Okay. Let me, yeah, if you want to look at your report, just do so.
The landline phone number was 602-657-1177.
Okay, so
Now,
it was back
some of the records,
602.
were there records for 2 cell phones?
Yes, there were records for 2 cell phones in the form of bills that we found in the search warrant.
And in whose name?
They were in the defendant's name, but the numbers were 2 different numbers.
And what were they?
Again, I'll have to refer to my report.
They really want to. I believe the prosecution wants to end the day without cross-examination.
One of the numbers was 602-758-8163, which we identified as the defendant's number. The other number was 602-758-8165, which we identified as Alissa's cell phone number.
And I apologize if I've asked this before, but you mentioned that records were recovered from Quest showing the phone call coming in the morning of May 24th, correct?
Correct.
And that was from a payphone in somewhere in California.
Yes.
And that phone call was to what? A landline or a cell phone number?
That was to the landline.
Here's the thing. There was actually a pay phone call that wasn't recorded.
Landline number that you found recordings for audio cassette tapes of conversations.
Yes.
Defense always ring about objections. Counselor, if you want to object, you have to do it immediately. Now they already heard it.
We would move to admit 1314. Let's see. $73 and 113.
Any objections?
No objection from defense.
Okay.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 13, 14, 73, and 113.
Detective, I'm not going to put them on the screen right now. It's a little hard to see through but let me just, and showing you, for example, exhibit 73, this envelope that these records are in, what is that?
That's the evidence bag we use when we collect evidence.
And what information would you put on that?
We would put the report number, the date it was collected, and usually a item number that references it in our report. And then is there also a barcode is generated for it?
73, I just want to show one thing, if I can, please. Are you able to see this?
Yes.
And I want to just ask you, and these are, am I correct? Exhibit 73 is actually records prior to May 17th. In fact, from April of 2001.
That's correct.
But on here, when you see where it says various dates, call return activation, what does that mean?
That's the, I believe that's the star 69 where it identifies the call that's coming in.
I believe that this was when they got a search warrant for this should have been around 2008, 2009 when they got search warrant for the prior home. They most likely got a search warrant for his current home. So when they went in, they found the pipe bombs. Now I don't know what the search warrant was done for, but what they found: pipe bombs, fire bombs, and he was convicted. Neither of that is in trial.
So if you don't press star 69 or star 69, dial the number back.
It'll give you a message what number it was that called.
And on a regular phone bill such as this, if you didn't do that, is it going to show incoming calls on a regular phone bill like this?
Not a landline, no.
On a landline, yes.
No.
In documents that you recovered during the search warrant, did you find a document wherein the defendant claims to know who killed Alissa?
Yes, there were a number of documents like that.
And did he accuse two particular men?
Yes.
Did you have a name for those men?
He provided two names, Gary Wayne Morissetti and Charles Parsons.
Did you try to locate those two people?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
We found Gary Wayne Morissetti had died. He was from Illinois, and he had died in 1987. Charles Parsons was from Texas. He had died in 1993.
Okay.
We contacted their families and verified that.
Probably not them then.
And in this document, did he indicate to you, not to you, but in the document, that these two men had been hired by this union that he had a dispute with, the defendant, I mean?
Yes, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW.
And in fact, did he make a statement in these documents that he was the blame for Alissa being killed because of this dispute that he had with the union?
Yes.
And then did he, in this document, state that not only that he knew that these two men had killed her, but they had dumped her body in Desert Center, California?
Yes.
Explain to us, if you can, please. Let's assume that somebody goes missing like Alissa, and from time to time are bodies, unidentified bodies found around the nation, in fact, around the world.
Yeah, it's estimated there's approximately 40,000 unidentified
Objection
bodies.
irrelevant.
When a body that might match in some fashion, the description of the person you're looking for, how are you made aware of that?
Through a variety of ways. NCIC has an internal algorithm that when somebody's entered as a missing person, if there is an entry for an unidentified person, it will automatically, typically every month or so, it'll give you a list of possible matches to.
The only thing I know what was recently said here, that he claimed that 2 people belonging to the electrical union did this, but apparently they were deceased long before anything happened.
To the unidentified remains to the missing person. The NamUs database also contains missing and unidentified persons, and you can do searches through a variety of search engines through that, what you're looking for, date range, identifying features, sex, any multitude of qualifiers they can look for searches and things like that. Additionally, missing persons, there's the CODIS system, which is the National DNA Database. So when somebody goes missing, you create a profile of that missing person
the end of the
from a primary source of DNA, or typically it's family reference samples, parents, siblings, that sort of thing. That then gets entered into the CODIS database. And the CODIS database does regular searches for any unidentified remains that are submitted to them, looking for possible matches.
In this case, were there instances where the Phoenix Police Department was contacted about a potential, at least, potentially might have been Alyssa's body?
Yeah, there's been a number of unidentified remains that we have compared to Alissa.
And it wasn't her?
No.
Now, in this particular case, during the course of the investigation, was DNA from family members collected?
Yes, DNA was collected from Sarah and John, her siblings, and then also from Stephen Strom, her biological father.
So then explain how that happens. That biological evidence collected from them where does it go from there?
Family reference samples are collected. Typically, it's what we call a buccal swab. You swab inside somebody's cheek. That then gets sent to a lab, which analyzes it. So to create a profile for a missing person, absent having a primary DNA source from them, you look for the closest relatives.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to finish the direct.
So that
I'm too tired.
You get half your DNA from a parent, half from your father, half from your mother, and then siblings also share some of the same DNA. So when you combine these, you create a profile for the missing person to compare to unidentified remains.
Sir, if we can just get you a little closer, that's okay.
It's only 3:20 in Arizona, so they might have at least an hour and a half, 2 hours left.
Okay. Thanks.
I'm just making check marks, Judge, so I don't repeat myself.
Do you need check marks for that? You should have every question up and ready. Jesus.
I apologize if I've already asked you this question. I remember you testifying that you yourself had spoken to Aunt Lynette, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive any information helpful to you in locating Alissa?
No, Alissa was not there.
Move it on, prosecutor.
In the course of your investigation, did you discover that the defendant had some military experience?
Yes, he was in the U.S. Army from 1968 to 1970.
And what about, we've had some testimony about a deputy sheriff. Where would that have been?
He was a deputy sheriff with Maricopa County Sheriff's Office from 1970 to 1974.
Did you also find evidence that he had done private investigation work?
Yes, we found business cards indicating he was a private investigator.
Oh, no. Insinuation is the best they have. That's not good. They didn't go looking between 2001 and 2008. Then they got a search warrant of sorts, and then they found the pipe bombs. Yes.
You mentioned that
Well, before
not only as a patrol officer, but then as in your duties when you were assigned to the missing persons unit, that you were familiar with reports like this. Either you call them runaway reports or missing juvenile reports, correct?
Yes.
In your experience, how are the majority of those resolved?
The majority of them resolve within days or weeks. Typically, a runaway goes to a friend's house or another family member's house. They, sometimes they'll even go to school still, even though they've ran away from their primary residence. But they typically are found within weeks or months, or days or weeks, actually.
How many runaway notes in your career have, if we want to call this note a runaway note, it's a note that talks about her leaving. How many of those have you found in your experience?
In my experience, it's pretty rare for a runaway to leave a note just because they are willfully leaving their house. They're trying to get away from their parents or their home situation. So they're not typically going to leave clues of where they're going. They just leave.
Oh, come on. Prosecutor, they should be prepared. Seriously?
Show me how to do this again.
I think he charges extra for IT work.
May we approach? It can be off the record.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, we are 5:20 in. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm nodding off here. We will pick up tomorrow again. I will start this an hour, 45 minutes before the court starts. I will send you off to Flux. But let's see here. I will see you all here tomorrow at around 6:30 p.m. my time. That would be 2:30 Eastern or 1:30. I will see you all here tomorrow about 45 minutes before court starts. I will send you off to Flux. Thank you all for showing up. And outro. Bye-bye.